is already getting interesting. In the first major in the Champions Chess Tour, 4 players will be knocked out after the preliminaries. And for world champion Magnus Carlsen, he was never able to win on day 1. And it is urgent for the world champion to start getting some points. So we are in for an interesting day of chess. Welcome to the Airthings Masters.
Welcome to my humble abode.
This time I'll be playing from Moscow, but here's where I live.
And he found it! He found it! Oh, look at the bar!
This is my usual work spot, power.
I just want to see how he's suffering.
Oh, that is serious action.
We need a very good mouse.
There's the old mouse I use for all the other tournaments.
It can be a little bit dark in here.
This is a crucial moment now. I think Levon, he's bobbing faster than ever. Jovanka.
I'll certainly try to be in killer mode from the get-go.
For winning the Skilling Open is not enough. I need some more.
The first major in the Champions Chess Tour. 9 days of interesting chess. We're done with 1 day, 8 days remain, and only 2 days of the preliminaries where 4 players will be knocked out, 8 players will qualify for the quarterfinals. And we have some excellent chess players in the studio to help us understand everything that will be happening. Women's Grandmaster Jovanka Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And it seemed to me a very nervous start to the tournament yesterday, Jovanka. Some players already on day 1 just started falling a little bit behind.
Yeah, it was a very cagey start. You know, I got the impression that the players were all sizing each other up, you know, probing for weaknesses, and definitely some people really need to pick up the momentum and get going. And yeah, they will need to take points today.
And as we know, David, 4 players will be knocked out in the preliminaries. How do you think the players who have fallen behind today are feeling before the start today?
I think they'll just try to look at it as a new day. I mean, yesterday wasn't great for players like Giri, Magnus Carlsen. They just have to forget now and just move on. There's still 7 games of this preliminary stage left. That's plenty of time to pick up some wins.
We did have a lot of draws yesterday, Jovanka. It really just seemed nervous. What's your expectations for today?
Well, I'm hoping that the draws will fizzle out, and I'm hoping that there will be a lot of splendid victories and magnificent attacks, because that's what we really love. But I am expecting the players to continue a little bit with a bit more caution, because remember, 8 players go through, 4 players get eliminated.
All right, well, it was, as we mentioned, a nervous start for many players. Magnus Carlsen, he could have gotten a great start, but he missed a huge opportunity for a win in the first game.
It was a tricky transition for the players who had to go straight from holiday celebrations to the Champions Chess Tour. World champion Magnus Carlsen missed a big chance in the very first game.
Oh, look at the bar.
But he's missed it.
Magnus Carlsen missed it. He could have won a rook in 1 move. Levon Aronian's last move, bringing the rook across 1 square. He could have played this move, pushing his pawn forward, giving check to the black king. It looks like a sacrifice. This pawn can be taken, but he's opened up a line against the undefended black rook. And missed opportunity.
I saw it immediately. I played it.
You saw it immediately.
Yeah.
Wow, what did you think then when Magnus didn't? He missed it.
I thought that I was lucky in this game and I will probably survive.
Carlsen never managed to get going and ended day 1 with all draws. For Aronian, on the other hand, it was a turning point.
After I survived that, then I got enough confidence. So I managed to recuperate.
Aronian took down Giri in a very complicated fight and climbed to first place.
White's rook is going to swing across and try and capture that black bishop that's trapped, that has been trapped for so long. It's looking terminal for Giri.
He loves watching, and he's always there.
Levon and Ponchik celebrating some victories yesterday, 1 victory at least. Such a good day for Levon Aronian.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant day. He looked confident, a man in control. And in fact, I think he's getting ready, because he tweeted early in the day, "Let the fun continue." And yeah, so he's certainly getting in the mood, getting ready for the fireworks. And in fact, you know, we are such lucky to be here watching these magnificent games, but it's so much fun. And we really want everyone at home to join in the fun. And you can do this, by connecting with us on Twitter by using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Please do that, everyone at home. So interesting to hear from all of you. And David, I mean, as British people as you guys are, I know you celebrated Boxing Day yesterday. Big day for football, but is chess now also becoming a big part of Boxing Day?
Yeah, I mean, it was great to hear yesterday, for example, we got lots of tweets saying that people, they actually preferred to watch the chess than the football. They just forgot that the football was on. That's a huge compliment. And I know that actually when I got back to my hotel room afterwards, I was too busy looking at the chess, analysing the games. I forgot that there were still football matches on.
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings after day one of the Airthings Masters. It's very, very tense on top of the table. 5 players on 2.5 points. And also some players falling behind here, David. Who needs to come out fighting strong today?
It has to be those players we see at the bottom right hand of the screen. They're only on 1 point, Anish Giri and David Anton. They need to start winning some games. Also, we see in the second half of the table, in the bottom half, we see Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. 4 draws yesterday. He's just about in the qualifying places right now, but he needs to start winning some games to secure that knockout stage.
And one of the players that we see on top of the table here is Levon Aronian, the man with the dog. And Levon Aronian, well, for everyone, 2020 has been a very difficult year. But for Levon Aronian, it's been particularly devastating. He lost his wife in a car crash. His home country, Armenia, has been involved in a conflict. But there has also been some upsides to Levon Aronian's year.
Ah! Whoops, this is heavy. So, wait, it should be released of this, or how does it work? No? Oh! Yeah, well, it requires some intelligence, or just chess players.
What's it like being here in Stavanger and competing in a physical tournament again?
I think it's great, you know, and it's a chance to compete with the best players in the world, and I think I've missed this a lot.
Obviously, 2020 has been a different year for everyone, but nothing compared to what you have been through with your wife. Tragically lost her life in a car crash in March. What do you remember from that very horrible time?
Yeah, well, you know, just going to the hospital, having hopes, losing hopes. It's, I think it's a lot to bear for anybody. She was very optimistic, always pushed me forward.
And then you wrote this beautiful post about your love for chess, this difficult time, and also finding new love.
I didn't want people to look at her thinking that this is just a grieving man, you know, bouncing back or doing something like that, because it's not true.
On top of all of this, Armenia is going through a tough period in a conflict with Azerbaijan.
Yeah, since the war started on September 27th, I haven't had any normal sleep, or I haven't really had time to really concentrate on chess, because I care so much about my friends who were there in the war and about many of my relatives, family.
It's hard to imagine what this year has been like for you with everything that has happened, but how are you right now?
I'm a bit anxious, but generally I'm okay. You know, my mother says something that I really love, and it's an Armenian saying. It says, God gives you challenges modeled to your size. He doesn't give big challenges to small people. He gives big challenges to big people. And I think I'm a big person, and I know I can take it.
Wow, Levon Aronian finishing off saying that he thinks he's a big person who can take all of this. And I think that it must be the general perception of him in the chess world. He really is a big person.
Yeah, he's incredibly strong. You know, I can't imagine being in his situation. And he is a survivor, but, you know, my heart goes out to him.
And can you imagine, David, I mean, this horrible year he's been through, and still he's here in the Champions Chess Tour. He did great in the first tournament, and he's looking like one of the very strongest in this tournament.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, as Jovanka mentions, it's so hard to even imagine what he's gone through. I mean, I was getting emotional just watching that video, but the Skilling Open, he picked up those points. He won those games when he really needed to, when the chips were down, and yesterday on fire as well. Maybe he's just getting inspired as the new year comes through.
And looking so confident. Is he now one of the favourites in the Airthings Masters?
I was really impressed by him yesterday. He was quick, he was confident, he looked like a man completely in control. I didn't see him fluster at all, except perhaps the game against Magnus Carlsen, but there he rode his luck to the extreme. So, yeah, and he got away with it, and he was justly rewarded with a top spot.
All right, we're so excited to see Levon Aronian back in action today. The first round of day 2 is about to start in only 5 minutes. It is early morning for, well, some of the players, especially Americans. So we're wondering, what are they having for breakfast?
Sometimes I just don't breakfast, like I just go to lunch immediately, because usually I wake up quite late.
I would say omelette. It's always a good start to the day.
If I get up very early, then it's hard to even get a banana in. Sometimes you have these hotels that offer like ginormous breakfast. Then, you know, I spent half the day there.
Kind of sandwich maybe from time to time, yogurts, eggs.
Maybe a fruit like an apple or banana, a couple of eggs, maybe a croissant and some OJ.
A piece of brown bread toasted and cheddar cheese. During a tournament day, I don't drink caffeine. Coffee with caffeine, it makes you nervous, it makes you jittery.
My breakfast, sometimes it's just pancake with some apple or something, but sometimes it's a big, like 4 eggs with 4 sausages and with some sandwiches.
All right, difference here. Some players really need to fill up their stomach, some just not at all. What do you like, Jovanka, before a chess tournament?
I'm off the fill up the stomach category.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you have a breakfast for a king, and then I stay away from dinner so much. But, you know, I definitely think that you need a lot of fuel.
And what did you have for breakfast today, David, in your hotel?
Let's just say that I didn't wake up too early. Normally a bowl of cereal is enough for me. I believe that you play the best chess when you're a bit hungry, you know, your senses are a bit sharper.
Interesting. All right. Well, it is definitely early morning breakfast time, not even breakfast time for some of the players, especially Hikaru Nakamura. We have a map showing what the time is for the players sitting in their homes all over the world. And look at Hikaru Nakamura. It's not even 6 a.m. in the morning. How does this affect him, Jovanka?
Well, it's going to be difficult because chess players are not known to be early birds. They are more night owls, so definitely he will be suffering. But, you know, he's a pro, and I would have expected him to do some preparation beforehand, you know, to change the body clock and get into the rhythm of playing in the early morning.
And maybe today the advantage for Hikaru Nakamura, David, is that he is facing the other American, Wesley So, who's also early morning for. Do you think, you know, they will be both a little bit tired in this first game?
I'm hoping we'll be able to tell from their faces. You know, maybe they'll be wiping the sleep from their eyes. I think it'll be dramatic either way. And, yeah, an all-American battle. Both of them huge rivals. They've been fighting for these honours for so long. It's going to be exciting to see.
It's such an exciting round of chess. The next round, the first round of day 2, and these are the games in the first round of day 2 in the Airthings Masters. First game is between David Anton and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We're going to get that up here. There we have it. The Spanish, David Anton, voted back in. He's facing the French, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Then we have Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, who needs to start winning, and he's facing one of the players in his coaching team, Daniil Dubov. Interesting. And then we have Anish Giri, who also really needs to start winning, facing Pentala Harikrishna. Alexander Grishuk, the Russian, against Timur Rajabov. Interesting matchup there. And then we have Jan Pomniachtchi. He's going to play against Levon Aronian. And then the game that we will follow. The 2 Americans, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, both so strong in online chess. Wesley So, the winner of the first tournament. Hikaru Nakamura, always a favorite. Who's the favorite in this game?
Well, I have to say, I'm of the opinion that I really like Wesley So's chances here. I mean, I think because he has the black pieces, perhaps we're going to see a little bit more solid start, but I really love the way that Wesley's been playing.
And we have started, David. What's happening?
That's right. Both players now at the board. We've seen a king's pawn opening. So white started by pushing a pawn forward in front of his king, and Wesley So copies that by also pushing a pawn. We've seen an opening called the Spanish. White aims for very quick development. We see that white's bishop has jumped out quickly. White's king has tucked away to safety on that right side. We're seeing a bit of a sacrifice, actually, but this is all very well-known stuff. So white sacrificed a bishop, but he got a knight back in return a couple of moves later. And are we about to see a result? I think we might be about to see
oh, no.
a famous quick draw. That was over before I even got time to explain the opening. We've seen the players, they repeated the same position 3 times. So white gave check, black blocked with the queen. And the queen's just danced in the middle of the board. Position repeated itself 3 times, and Wesley So smiling there.
He's just laughing at there. Okay, obviously we're not suspecting any of the players to be cheating or in any way here, but being 2 Americans, do you think this is something they've talked about?
Yeah, it's disappointing when this happens because you kind of, you know, in chess is a spectator sport. You kind of want some blood and thrill for the audience, and this isn't that. This is just very quick and just very, I don't know, doesn't feel good.
I'm not a fan of that decision at all, especially Nakamura, actually. He had the white pieces. Traditionally, that's an advantage. You feel honour-bound to at least try for a rich game where you can outplay your opponent. And actually, I've noticed from my own experience, any player who takes a quick draw with white, they always seem to get punished a bit later on in the tournament. So maybe that's the gods of chess just frowning on that decision. Will that come back to bite Nakamura? Yeah, such a shame. It would have been so interesting to see them properly fight.
And we do know, we talked about it, is very early in the morning, especially for Hikaru. It's only 2 minutes past 6 a.m. because he finished this game in less than a minute. But do you think this was in the back of their heads when they went into the super quick draw to just, you know, get a slow start to the day now and relax for an hour before the next round?
Yeah, well, it certainly appears that way, that the morning has perhaps influenced them and they're just now going to have a nap and wake up for the rest of the games.
Wow, that was, that was a shocking start today too. Wow, it just 30 seconds and first game was over, luckily. So many games are still going on. And the good thing about Hikaru and Wesley So finishing so early is that we get to follow a very, very interesting game between Magnus Carlsen, who needs to start winning, and Daniil Dubov, only 24 years old, but he is in Magnus's coaching team.
Yes, exactly. And we've seen Daniil Dubov play such exciting chess. Like his game yesterday was against David Anton was the game of the day for me. It was absolutely fantastic. So, yep, we get to follow this game instead.
And what has happened, obviously, very early in this game as well, because they only played for 3 minutes. What's happened, David?
That's right. It might be very early in this game, and the position is still very tense, very unclear. But I find this extremely interesting. So Magnus Carlsen employed Daniil Dubov as one of his coaches for the World Championship match in 2018. Before that match, Magnus Carlsen was playing a variety of openings. Suddenly, due to the influence of Daniil Dubov, he took up the Sicilian defense as black, and he started copying Daniil Dubov's favorite line. And here we see that Magnus, as white, is this time allowing Dubov to play his favorite opening. Maybe some mind games here. Maybe this is something they've discussed before, studied before. It's a very rare kind of approach, a rare strategy to allow someone to play their favourite opening, play on their home territory. But Magnus Carlsen, we see he's got 16.5 minutes almost. He's gained time. He's played instantly up to this point. He's definitely done his homework for this game.
But it must have been interesting looking out for the opening that Magnus with white pieces would be going for here, since obviously Daniil Dubov being in his coaching and second team knows pretty much everything, I guess.
Right, but we actually saw in an earlier game where Magnus Carlsen played against Ian Nepomniachtchi in the Skilling Open that they repeated the same line that they had studied together, even though 6 years earlier.
Wow. He's trying to get in their heads.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see, you know, Magnus Carlsen is having fun with his seconds.
And he is thinking now, been thinking for a minute in move number 15. Now, Daniil Dubov, being a Russian, the Russians always had this style of studying very intensely. But you said yesterday, David, that he actually looks a little bit more like Magnus in his approach to chess.
No, definitely. I mean, Daniil Dubov, he's such an enigma in a way. He marries that style of inspiration. He loves to be creative on the board. He loves to go into positions where maybe the computer won't approve, maybe humans find it hard to understand, but he kind of navigates those tricky waters. He navigates them better than most players in the world. Obviously, he works extremely hard as well. You won't be a coach of Magnus Carlsen if you don't work hard, but yeah, he's so creative. And I mean, I think we're seeing that on the board right now. If we bring up the analysis board just to show what's been happening, that interview we had with Dubov yesterday, he mentioned he loves to sacrifice, because if you sacrifice things, it means you'll have less pieces to blunder later on in the game. And with his last move, Daniil Dubov, he sacrifices another pawn. Look at this. I mean, just pushing a pawn forward. This pawn is attacked by White's knight, attacked by White's queen. He's just offering a pawn. Also, White could capture this pawn. There's 2 pawns on offer right now. As Black, I would have been thinking, OK, it's time to maybe defend this guy or even just capture. Daniil Dubov says, no, I don't care about pawns. I want to open up lines. And with his last move, he now wants to develop his bishop along this beautiful long diagonal, aiming down towards White's king. Fascinating stuff. Magnus, he will get greedy. He will take one of those pawns, but it will just come down to whether that sacrifice is justified.
Yeah, brilliant. And you know something? That ties in so nicely with this fantastic tweet that I saw. And it says, Kaushal Bhavana says, some might have the opinion that pawns are the weakest. I think that they are the bravest. At least they never back down.
True.
Pawns are the soul of chess, it's been said before.
Exactly, I love it. Thank you so much, Kaushal.
And the only pieces that cannot retreat, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So you couldn't actually do a move repetition like we talked about with the draw between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. You can't do a draw repetition with the pawns.
That's right. You just have to push forward. And actually, king and pawn endgames, when everything else is off the board, when it's just kings and pawns, those for me are the most fascinating to study, because just one error, it often comes down to a race. Whose pawns can reach the other side of the board quickest? And yeah, just one error can be the well, go from a win to a loss very, very quickly. And Daniil Dubov, meanwhile, I'm so impressed by this. Just not caring, just giving up a pawn. And Magnus Carlsen having a long, long think.
A long think, Karen. But those black pawns that we also talked about, when the pawns are not supported by their own pawns, but still these black pawns are so far up into White's territory. Are these strong pawns or weak pawns?
I think normally they would be strong pawns, but they can be captured right now. So they're kind of like these, if you imagine chess as a battle, these 2 armies, they're the foot soldiers. They just go first. They sacrifice themselves to create weaknesses in the enemy lines. And yeah, right now, I think Magnus Carlsen, he's deciding which of Black's 2 pawns there in the white half of the board, which one is he going to capture? Either way, I think Daniil Dubov, he's got potential. Maybe if we bring up the board again, we can see what he will be aiming for. He will be aiming to bring his bishop onto this lovely diagonal. Black's rook as well gangs up against this white knight. Yeah. Black has lots and lots of pieces. This bishop as well. It might be blocked right now, but the potential along this diagonal, it also long-term eyes up this white rook in the corner. I think Magnus Carlsen, he will capture one of these pawns. Maybe we'll see a queen trade. Magnus Carlsen loves his endgames, remember. Yeah. He loves to see those queens leave the board. But once queens leave the board, bishops actually become stronger as the game goes on. They just have more and more control over what happens. So,
yeah, well, he's not gone for a queen trade. He has taken the pawn on the left side. And I love what you just said, because for me, it's all going to be about that light square bishop that Black has. And you can see it there. He's now moved that bishop because Magnus actually doesn't have a bishop to challenge that one, actually. So I reckon that bishop is going to run right on those light squares.
That's right. When an opponent has traded off their light squared bishop, for example, or their dark squared bishop, if you have one bishop left which controls that whole colour complex, that's the most important piece on the board quite often. And that light squared bishop by Black, which has just moved, points down towards the white king. It will control a huge amount of squares. And remember, it will gain in power as the game goes on. So another pawn sacrifice by Daniil Dubov. White still has the option, Magnus Carlsen still has the option to capture that pawn with his queen, that black pawn in the middle of the board. He can also capture it with his knight. So it's a pawn sacrifice by Black, but it looks like decent compensation for me. You will get enough counterplay. You will get enough active lines for your pieces.
And Daniil Dubov already getting fans on Twitter. We have a tweet from Kevin Winter who says, "We love Dubov's way of playing. He is a top player, but I fear he will never be world champion. Like Shirov, brilliant but inconsistent.
Ah, is that his problem?
Yes, at the minute, yes, he's playing such fantastic chess, but he's not being consistent with it. But, you know, I look at the way he's playing right now. He's putting Magnus Carlsen under pressure, and this is what we want to see.
Yeah, he's still young, he's got time, but sometimes with the most genius players, sometimes they value beauty over results. So I don't think we'll ever see Daniel Dubov do what Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So did. He'll never take those quick draws, but sometimes that might backfire. He always puts 100% of his energy into creating masterpieces. Sometimes at the end of tournaments, he might lose a bit of energy. He might not have that same inspiration left. Maybe consistency will come with age.
Yeah, but we also have to remember he has been rapid world champion, so, you know, he can pull out the results when he needs to.
He's achieved a lot for a 24-year-old.
Yeah, wow.
More than I think I'll ever achieve in my lifetime. So.
But, and I know there is an ongoing discussion always in chess if chess is either a sport, an art, or science. And you saying he always likes to play these fantastic, beautiful games. Does that mean he falls under the category of an artistic chess player? Or is he more of the sportsman?
I think he's a bit of both. I think Dubov is more of an artist than most chess players. Maybe as opposed to Magnus Carlsen, who's more of a sportsman, he likes to grind down his opponents, take their energy, look for any small way to outmaneuver them physically, and he's probably one of the fittest players out there. That gives him the edge. But Dubov, I mean, he's physically extremely fit as well. There's some videos of him on YouTube on the monkey bars, just showing off how strong he is. These players, they keep themselves in top physical condition.
Yeah, Jovanka showed me that yesterday. A tip to everyone at home, go into YouTube and see Daniel Dubov do those. Is it hang-ups, pull-ups? Wow, that was impressive. Me neither. But how about you guys? Do you think chess is art, science, or sports?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of everything, actually. You know, it kind of depends on what you make of it, because it can be absolutely beautiful and it can be also very logical. At the same time, it is a blood sport, you know.
Definitely.
There's this great saying in chess that, you know, chess is a street fight. When your opponent is down on the ground, you kick him.
Watching him suffer, like we know Alexander Grishuk likes to do. All right, we do have a move. Is it a beautiful move, David?
Not quite yet. So Black has just pushed a pawn on the left side there. He's offering a trade of pawns. We could about to see a set of pawns leave the board. Maybe those rooks on the left side, they'll also leave the board. Actually, I think that's a very clever move by Daniel Dubov. He's trading pieces because he knows long-term his bishops will be beautiful. Meanwhile, White's knights are protecting each other in the middle there, but they don't have any outposts. They don't have any really strong squares to jump to right now. So I think that's a very clever decision by Daniel Dubov, just eliminating that queen side, that left side of the board, so that he can focus on utilising his bishops a bit later on. I think the game's in the balance right now, and we can also see that by the bar. Just above the two players, there's this purple bar. That's the computer evaluation. So the rough... I mean, for example, if it zooms over to the left, that means normally White is winning. On the right, it will be Black. So roughly balanced right now.
Roughly balanced right now. All right, it is Magnus Carlsen thinking again. I mean, Daniel Dubov really put him into some thinking breaks, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the world champion does next. We know that he really needs to start winning some games after 4 draws yesterday. He hates playing those draws. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can get a win. Maybe this isn't the game where he would get the win, playing against a player who knows him so incredibly well.
Yes, I mean... But I think Magnus is Magnus. Magnus wants to win, you know. He said earlier he wants to be in killer mode, and I think yesterday's 4 draws would have frustrated him a little bit, and I think he really wants to win. And I think what he's going to do now is he's just having a think on how to manoeuvre his pieces so that they're working all comfortably, because Magnus is the type of player who loves to use all his pieces, and he's not going to be happy with this bishop that he has that isn't doing a job. And so what he has to do now is untangle, and that might take some time to figure out.
Yeah, and although they do know each other extremely well, there will be a lot of psychology, a lot of mind games here. Magnus, the good thing for him is that he knows Dubov won't head for the draw. He knows that there'll always be life in the position. So even if White's position, even if Magnus's position isn't the best, he knows that Dubov will be throwing everything at him and pushing the maximum. So sometimes you might be able to counterattack. That's often a good style if you need a win. You just think, OK, my opponent's going to go for me, so I'm just going to be solid and I'm going to wait for my chances. And actually, I mean, knowing Magnus for the last 20-odd years, that's when he thrives the most, when his opponents allow him to create and play proper chess. He struggles maybe when his opponents just try and shut down the game, park the bus. Maybe that's why he struggled to win anything yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, Magnus Carlsen thinking for 3 minutes now. And, well, we talked about if... let's do the move first.
That's right. So White has captured that black pawn with his rook. We will see a trade of rooks right now. Daniel Dubov will just spend a moment, but I think he will capture White's rook with his own rook. White will capture back with the pawn, and the black queen will jump out to that same square. So just a bit of a trade there. Magnus Carlsen just maybe trying to simplify things. It was very, very tense with lots and lots of pieces all over the board. It just makes the job easier for both sides to have all those trades on the left side. Actually, the left side of the board has pretty much been obliterated. Everything's come off. And the right side is still packed. It's got the kings, the knights, everything.
Yeah, it's completely congested over there and nothing on the left side. That's quite amusing. I've never seen that before, actually.
It's like in football or something, if half the players on the left flank, they just decide to just take a break and it all happens down one wing. But yeah, I'm surprised Dubov's thinking. He just offered another pawn. White took it, and now he's having a pause.
Yeah. All right. Well, while he's thinking, we can introduce today's quiz, Jovanka. We want people to get involved on Twitter, and we have a quiz for them.
We do have a quiz. Now, this one. Yesterday's one was quite straightforward. We got a lot of right answers. Today's quiz is: which player has a degree in mathematics? Does anyone know the answer in the studio?
I think I do.
I know some players does have they studied and some didn't. I know Magnus Carlsen didn't study, for example. So there you have one player.
Yeah.
But I think actually there could be several of these players because I think many of them went to school.
Yeah. Well, if you think you know the answer, please tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And the winner, there will be a winner chosen at the end of the day, and they will get 1 year's premium membership on Chess24, which is a fantastic prize.
Yes, and I think the best part about Chess24 premium membership is that you can play against these top players.
Yeah. That's just brilliant. You know, that Magnus Carlsen will come on and do some banter blitz, and premium members get to challenge them. You can also watch all these videos that just... it's just so much included.
It's thousands of hours of video content on Chess24.
Yeah.
It's some fantastic stuff. Some of the best players in the world talking about their own thoughts during the games.
And as we're talking, where is Daniil Dubov? Okay, there he is. Wow, do you think he lost internet connection there for a minute?
I have a feeling he must have done, because Black's move is so obvious to me. I think he will just capture that rook. He will just trade off those rooks. And the fact that he spent almost 3 minutes now on that move, the fact that his camera disappeared, maybe it does mean there's a disconnection.
Maybe Daniil Dubov is having internet connection problems. What is the rules if he loses internet connection?
Yeah, I think the clock continues to run, but if a player struggles to come back, then the game will be paused. I think we are definitely trying to have the games all finish in a very sportsmanlike manner, so fingers crossed he'll be back and playing a move soon. It would be such a shame to see this game end.
He's shaking his head.
OK, and we have seen a move.
OK.
The rooks have left the board. I mean, Daniil Dubov, his clock has suddenly jumped back up, so maybe the game was paused. It looked like his clock was ticking down. I think the rules are that for the first 30 seconds after a disconnection, they just allow the players to try and come back. After those 30 seconds, the arbiters, they pause the clocks so the game can continue. And I think that's the fairest way to do it.
Yeah, definitely the fairest way. Because it feels a little bit wrong to kind of to win a game because your opponent disconnected. It doesn't quite feel sportsmanlike.
Yeah, definitely. OK, well, it does seem that both players are connected. They are playing, so we did see the rooks leave the board. Take us through the position right now, David.
That's right, and another pawn has left the board. If we bring up the analysis board right now, we can see that Magnus Carlsen's last move was to capture this pawn in the middle. And White's knight, we talk about knights loving the centre of the board. Jovanka nicknamed these knights the Octo Knights because they control 8 beautiful squares. These 4, for example. White's idea might be to jump into this square to attack Black's rook, attack a bishop. Therefore, Black has many options. Maybe he'll offer a trade of knights. He could bring his knight to try and attack the opponent's knight, offering yet another trade. He could, if he's feeling greedy, try and snack on this pawn, but I think this would be a huge mistake. I mean, actually, maybe this is possible. White has options. White could attack the queen and the bishop with his knight. We'd call this a fork. It's a double attack. Lots of crazy stuff would happen here. I think actually this would be a mistake. At first I thought this would be winning for white, but black, we talked about this battery. There's a huge threat here. Imagine if white gets greedy and captures a bishop in the middle, we could see a very, very devastating checkmate here. White's king would be trapped. The queen is attacking it, and the queen has backup. The queen and this bishop combined to attack the white king. So this is the type of thing that they might be thinking about right now. There's lots and lots of stuff going on. Instead, Daniil Dubov, he just offers to trade knights. I think he will be going for that type of checkmate threat later, but first it's time to get rid of white's strongest piece in the middle of the board.
Yeah, definitely. I love that move as well, because we've never been very complimentary about knights on the edge of the board. We have a lot of expressions for them, and none of them good. And so, yeah, so he's moved that knight from the edge of the board and he's moved it towards the centre, and I just love the idea. You know, he's centralised this knight, and he also wants to get rid of the knight and also at the same time maximise his rook, and just putting pressure on white's pawn that is standing in the centre and is being attacked.
That's right. That's very instructive by Daniil Dubov. Maybe there were so many options. I just showed only one of them there, but there must have been 5, 6 decent moves. Instead, he's just thought it's practical to save time. When in doubt, just exchange off your worst piece. That black knight, it was doing nothing on the edge of the board. You exchange it for your opponent's best piece, white's knight in the middle of the board. And we should remember white is temporarily a pawn up, but as Jovanka mentions, that white pawn in the middle of the board is a bit weak. It is kind of separated from the rest of its army. So we could be about to see black's bishops later on try and gobble up one of those pawns.
Yeah, I just love black's bishops, especially that light square bishop that has such a free range. That, to me, says that there's so much danger for white in the position, because you just look at white's knights. Yes, there's one good knight, but the other knight isn't so well placed. And if you look at the rest of their pieces, it's all lined up on the first row. It's like, get moving, guys. Yeah.
It's early morning for those white pieces. Those white pieces at the bottom, they definitely didn't get out of bed. They didn't get the memo that the games have started.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's time for Magnus. Well, I was going to say it's time for Magnus to bring those pieces forward, but he's retreated his central knight, his most beautiful piece. He's brought it back, trying to keep the white king safe, maybe. We saw one checkmating idea for black. That checkmating idea will not happen now that white's knight is nicely near its king. But it is a retreating move. And Daniil Dubov, in his interview yesterday, he said he doesn't like to retreat. Will he punish Magnus Carlsen for retreating this time?
And I also noticed white's Magnus's black bishop, or the dark squared bishop. You always say that Magnus likes to get all these pieces into action. I guess most players do. Is that bishop a problem for him?
Yes. Right now. I think that's the piece he needs to improve. I mean, I'd say sooner rather than later. White's bishop, also that queen. Black's queen is so nicely dominant in the middle of the board right now. White's queen still at home, still on her starting square. I think Magnus Carlsen will try to improve his queen right now, or his bishop.
And how about this queen move by Daniil Dubov? It really seems that black queen is just on the perfect square, just right in the center of the board.
Look how many squares she controls.
She controls the whole board, doesn't she? She's in the beautiful square. That is just one amazing queen. And, yeah, I think Magnus is very much on the back foot, even though he is one pawn up, just because, you know, with that queen and with the bishop, it's just brilliant. And Magnus needs to find a plan. The thing is here with his position, it's not very easy to think about ways to improve the position, because we're always quite forward thinking, aren't we, as chess players? We're kind of like, we have to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, what's going on? And there you go. Magnus has finally developed his dark square bishop.
You predicted it, Kaya. That bishop was the problem piece. That bishop was the problem child, and something needed to be done about it. And that bishop is now protecting the white pawn in the middle of the board. It's slightly more active than it was. It's still not a great piece, though. It's doing a defensive job. I think that extra pawn that white has, it's not really felt right now. This is one reason we shouldn't be greedy or materialistic in life, as well, and in chess, because actually white's extra pawn here just has no bearing at all. Pawns only come in useful, those extra pawns, when they are about to head to the end of the board, maybe in the endgame, or if they can control some really important squares. And white's extra pawn is more of a target, more of a weakness right now than a strength. Daniil Dubov, meanwhile, he'll be thinking of how to improve his worst placed piece. Maybe if we bring up the board, we can see Daniel Dubov. I think he has a very strong move here. I would be wanting to improve another piece. At the moment, this knight is beautiful. The queen is beautiful. This bishop is also very well placed on the same diagonal as its queen. The only piece that maybe isn't so active is this bishop, just staring at the white pawn. As I mentioned, that pawn is a weakness, but maybe we don't want to take it. Maybe that white pawn blocks the white army. So I think this move, bishop out, bringing this bishop to a better diagonal. And he's played it, as I said, attacking this white knight now. I think that's a great move by Daniel Dubov, using all of his pieces together. It's all about teamwork.
It is. Teamwork being the dream work. I love that line.
And we do see the bar saying that this is looking very drawish. What do you guys say?
I think we're still very far from a draw, but I think the bar is in the middle there because it shows that both sides have equal chances to win. I think a draw is very far away right now. Still a lot of life left.
Do you think someone will win this game, Jovanka?
Well, that's too difficult. That's kind of a little bit too early to call, but I think, you know, both sides will have their chances. If someone is going to have more chances to win, I'm going to prefer black because black has very active pieces and it's just much easier to play. And we saw that Dubov is very comfortable playing with a material deficit. So I think he will be extremely happy here.
Yeah, I think in Dubov's mind, when he's down a pawn, it means he's winning the game. He prefers being down a piece or two as well. But
he prefers to be down a piece or two.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he's got an attack or the initiative, as long as he's the one playing on the front foot, he loves investing a piece or two just to get at the opponent's king. So he'll be looking for a way to sacrifice to get at the white king right now.
Wow.
That being said, I think Magnus, he'll try and keep his king protected. Maybe he'll improve that queen. We said the white queen is not doing anything right now. Maybe we'll see an offer of a queen trade a bit later on by Magnus Carlsen. It just looks so easy to play this position as black. For white, it's much more difficult, and that's reflected in the clock times. Magnus Carlsen under 6 minutes.
Yeah. Can the clock become an issue here for Magnus, giving Daniil some opportunities here?
Yeah, definitely. When the players reach less than 5 minutes, that's when they start to feel a little bit nervous. They start to feel a bit the heat. And when they drop to under 1 minute, well, that is when panic mode starts to set in. And when we heard it from Anish Giri, when it's less than 7 seconds on the clock, that's it. The head goes out of the window, randomness appears. And you can see Magnus has just advanced his pawn. So he's trying to also lengthen the scope of his bishop. And interesting battle.
Yeah, very tense right now. So white decided, OK, his extra pawn, that pawn, let's just push it further up the board. It is protected right now by the white rook, that pawn that's just moved. But more importantly, that long diagonal for the white bishop, that dark squared bishop of whites, it's suddenly, I mean, that bishop feels so much happier. Magnus Carlsen talking to his pieces there. Maybe that pawn will drop off later on, but that pawn wasn't going anywhere anyway. That pawn kind of blocking up the white army, so maybe a bit of a sacrifice. Meanwhile, Daniel Dubov, he decided it's time to improve his rook. He's improved all of his other pieces. That black rook now lining up with the black queen as well. That's a very, very dangerous move, threatening that white knight. Black's bishop, black's queen, black's rook, they're all lining up on the same knight right now. So Magnus Carlsen, he has to do something about that piece. He has to maybe defend it. Maybe he can try and find a way to counterattack. Very, very tense right now. Magnus Carlsen, he's got to speed up, and he's the one under pressure.
And we talked about a lot yesterday. Two players, two of the big favorites from the beginning, did get off to a slow start. It was Magnus Carlsen and it was Anish Giri. And I'm just looking at the bar for Anish Giri in the bottom of the screen here. He's playing Pentala Harikrishna. And by the bar, it's looking like maybe Anish Giri is getting a very much needed victory here. And Magnus will be the big favorite that is just falling behind if he's not able to start winning.
Yeah, that's right. Magnus, he knows he's up against it in this game. He knows that he's now under 5 minutes. He's up against it, but can he grind out a result? He will try and set those traps. He'll set those tricks for Dubov to fall into, but Dubov is so confident, so sharp right now, playing extremely quickly. And Magnus Carlsen has actually sacrificed a piece. What black can actually win a piece right now is just temporary, I think. I'm not sure whether Dubov will go for this, but if we bring up the analysis board, we can see Magnus Carlsen. He's set a kind of nasty little idea for Dubov to fall into. So at the moment, black is attacking this knight 3 times with his bishop, the queen, and the rook. It's only defended twice by white's knight and white's queen. Therefore, White should not capture this piece back. He will just end up without a knight. He'll end up a piece down. Instead, Magnus Carlsen's idea is to set up something that we call a pin. This means that along this line, suddenly Daniel Dubov would be under pressure. The bishop cannot move because there's a more valuable piece behind it, this queen in the middle of the board. If the bishop moves, White's rook will capture the black queen. Therefore, I think Magnus Carlsen, he would win back the piece he sacrificed. This is a very clever idea. It's not obvious at all at first sight. And now Daniel Dubov, he will be deciding, does he capture this piece? Does he go for something else? Maybe a queen trade as well, just to clarify the situation. Lots of choice for Daniel Dubov. I think we'll see a long, long pause from him right now as he mulls over all the options.
And he is up on the clock, so he can... Do you think he can actually give himself a little bit of a thinking break here now?
Yeah, he can definitely work out what is going to cause Magnus the most trouble, because like David said, there's so many choices here, and he has to be very careful that that this position doesn't dissipate into some kind of endgame where he's a pawn down. That's not what he wants. He wants to keep the pressure going. And now is the time to have a great think. I will expect he'll be keeping the pieces on the board.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's where the styles and personality of players, they really come into effect. I mean, my first instinct is, OK, I'm scared. I'm playing the world champion. Let's trade off the queens. But Daniel Dubov, he will not be scared. He will be trying to beat Magnus Carlsen. As you mentioned, Jovanka, it's very unlikely he'll offer that queen trade.
I never asked you, actually, David. Do you think chess is sports, arts or science?
Ooh, I think it's a bit of everything. I think you need, especially now at the top level, you need to be extremely fit. You definitely need those sporting qualities. It's definitely a science in terms of the research you do, the preparation you do, analysing the games, getting into those small details. And I know that I see the art in chess. I love those sacrifices when it's those unexpected moves. I think the most beautiful moments are those unexpected moments. So I think it's a bit of everything.
A bit of everything, all right. Well, Magnus Carlsen, we know who he thinks that chess is mostly a sport. He needs to start winning if he wants to get in there. And we know that only 8 players qualify for the quarterfinals. Do you think he's thinking about the tournament situation when he's sitting there, sort of knowing that he needs to start winning?
Well, actually, I don't... For Magnus Carlsen, I've noticed one thing, that when he plays chess, he doesn't tend to think about the results or the future. He just gets so absorbed into the game. He's just focusing on that. And that's one of his strengths. I mean, I remember watching him play I think one of the World Championships, and his blood pressure was just so steady. You know, it was like 104 or something. It was just unbelievable. So I don't think he's thinking about the fact that he really needs to start motoring and getting a spot in the top 8. I think instead he's just trying to think, OK, well, how am I going to figure out my position? What's the best route for my pieces to be? And how can I put pressure on my opponent? And that's the best mentality, actually, just to be present, focused.
And it does seem by the picture of the players.
I called it wrong.
What's happening?
Dubov has played the move that we did not expect him to play, just knowing his style. He's offered a trade of queens. That means that maybe he knows that winning this game will be difficult against the world champion. White's pieces are much better than they were just 5 moves ago. Magnus Carlsen found a good way to develop his bishop, to develop his queen. He set this trap with that pin that we mentioned if black captured the knight. So instead, maybe Dubov, he panicked slightly and he thought, OK, it's best to play safe and trade off the queens.
Is he forcing Magnus to think now, or do you think Magnus will just go for that queen trade?
Magnus most likely will go for that queen trade. If we bring up the board, we can see what happens if Magnus tries to avoid that. If he tries to keep the queens on the board, it might be very tempting at first to keep this queen and to bring it up. OK, we have seen the queens leave the board, but White would actually set up a checkmate threat along this diagonal, but this would be met with a very strong reply, attacking this queen, and Black's bishop would be defended by the knight. So this would have rebounded on White. He was not able to keep the queens on the board, and therefore we have seen a trade. And White, Magnus Carlsen, has created an octo knight again. This knight very strong in the middle of the board. It can be taken, but it is defended. So that would be a fair trade, a bishop for knight. We're likely to see lots of trades now, but remember, Daniel Dubov, he's still down a pawn. He needs to find a way to justify that earlier sacrifice.
And Daniel Dubov also now going under 5 minutes on the clock, so it is getting interesting in this game. And I have to say, you talked about the heart rate for Magnus, Jovanka, and it just looks from the webcams of the players, they are very calm still.
Yes.
Very in control of their emotions right now.
Yes, totally. You know, look at Magnus. He is in 100% focus mode. It's like he comes alive when the queens get off the board, and you know he now I think he knows that he's gotten over the worst of it, and Dubov, of course, is also absolutely concentrated because he knows he needs to start justifying that pawn loss.
That's right, and we talked about the heart rates, but also it's fascinating to see the kind of air quality in the players' rooms.
Definitely.
And there we see Magnus Carlsen, the temperature in his room, it's got a red circle around it. That means maybe it's a bit too warm.
Yes.
Maybe that will make him feel drowsy, maybe not as sharp as he
is looking a little bit warm there, so we don't know where Magnus Carlsen is in the world. We know it's something with a beach.
No, it's not Norway.
Warm. It's not Norway. And look at that. So we have partnered up with Airthings for the Champions Chess Tour, and they are monitoring the air quality where the players are sitting. And this is actually very interesting. Daniil Dubov still looks like the air quality where he is sitting is quite good.
Well, one of them has amber.
Yeah.
So it's 973. And we learned from David yesterday that the ideal kind of is 500 to 600, and that's the CO2 levels.
That's right, and we saw by Anish Giri's play as well, when his CO2 levels went over 1,000, maybe that affected his play. He did lose a couple of games yesterday, so air quality, it might be a key factor in these battles. And we have seen a lot of trades, meanwhile, on the board. The queens have left the board, bishop and knight have left the board, and now the remaining bishops have left. And every step we get closer to those exchanges, every piece that leaves the board, normally that would mean that Magnus Carlsen's extra pawn will make the difference, but white's pawn up there in the middle, white's pawn is very, very weak, and that is likely to drop off. Therefore, exchanges likely leading towards a draw.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, no, I'm a little bit worried about that pawn, as David mentioned, because it is by itself. It doesn't have too much support. By support, I mean another pawn. That's what you really want. You want those pawn chains where the pawns connect to each other. In fact, you came up with a really nice expression to describe them, the cheerleaders.
The cheerleader pawns, yes. Supporting each other.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And here you can see Magnus start to push one of his pawns, and he's now attacking the black knight.
That's right, and if we bring up the board, we can see what Jovanka means by the pawn chains and why Magnus Carlsen played that last move. He's attacking this knight right now. White is attacking this knight. If this knight moves, then White can, maybe not right now, but maybe a bit later, he can start pushing his other pawns. Imagine if he creates this kind of cheerleader formation, these four pawns together, all protecting each other. That's the dream scenario for Magnus Carlsen. So he needs to find a way to keep this pawn at the front of this chain, the top of the cheerleader pyramid. If he can keep that, then he'll have winning chances. If not, the game will be a draw. Magnus Carlsen, though, he's the only one who can win. Daniil Dubov just trying to hold this one.
Wow. OK, well, that's interesting. And we do know that when Magnus Carlsen sees a slight possibility to win, he will be fighting for it, if it's even just a little bit of a chance.
That's right. He'll squeeze the life out of every position if he can.
That's his calling card, isn't it? And Dubov has retreated the knight and is now attacking the white rook. So the rook has to move. I mean, it's interesting decision time. Now, where is this white rook going to go? Is it going to stay along the same line? Oh, OK, and he has retreated the rook.
That's right. The rook just steps back one square. The rook kind of indirectly is protecting that topmost white pawn. It's very, very difficult for black to win it right now, but black just has to make sure that that pawn chain doesn't happen a bit later on. So I would expect Daniil Dubov maybe to start pushing his own pawns at some point on that right side. Maybe the black rook needs to start attacking things. That black rook looks very nice in white's territory, but it's not hitting anything right now. It's just attacking thin air. It needs to find those targets.
And we do see a few games has ended in a draw. David Anton and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave played a draw, and so has, as we know, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, and Jan Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian. But we're still waiting to see if someone can win this game between Magnus Carlsen and Daniil Dubov, and Daniil moved his pawn up.
That's right. So that's a very classy move, I think, just stopping white now from advancing any of the white pawns on that right side. If white pushes a pawn, then it will get captured by that black pawn that's just moved. So that's a very good strategy if some of you are thinking about how to position your pawns. We mentioned earlier, pawns are the soul of chess. They're so tricky to use and utilize, but sometimes you just want to control your opponent's pawns. You want to stop them pushing forward, and that's the point behind Daniil Dubov's last move.
I don't know, I really like this pawn move. I really love how it just... There's two pawns...
It's got a bouncy chair.
Yeah, but what I really like about Dubov's plan was that he's trying to use his 2 pawns to hold back these 3 pawns, and it's a good job. And now he just has to wait. What I like about these endgames, they're waiting games. You know, Magnus will simply wait, try and improve the position, and collect as many little advantages as possible, and wait for his opponent to crack.
That's right. Endgames, sometimes they are a bit of a waiting game. Sometimes they can become a race. And right now, it's just about manoeuvring. But later, we might see a pawn race. We might see things open up and Magnus Carlsen get a chance or two. Again, he's like that star striker in football. If he gets a chance to shoot at goal, he will score. So Daniil Dubov just has to hold that fortress. He has to hold his pawns together. White's knight now is attacking the black pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
I think Daniil Dubov, he has to be careful. He has to defend that with his king. He just has to hope for the best, that his position can't be broken through. Still a pawn down, remember, Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, now Magnus is attacking the rook, and he has done exactly what you suggested, where the king is now defending the pawn. And I think Dubov is going to win the pawn, but in return, that pawn is also, the black pawn in the center is also going to drop. And then it becomes 2 versus 3.
That's right. So Black's king is in check right now from the white rook. Black's king will have to sidestep, will have to get out of that check, and the black pawn behind it will drop off. So White will have 3 pawns against 2, but things are starting to disappear. Will that extra pawn be enough? Normally it wouldn't be enough, but with knights on the board, there's so many tricks. It's so tricky. Actually, maybe Daniil Dubov long-term, he'll have to sacrifice his knight for the remaining white pawns. If he can get the last one of White's pawns off the board, he will draw, but it's still a very long defence ahead for him.
And Anish Giri has won his game against Pentala Harikrishna. So Anish Giri, he's back. He's fighting his way back in the tournament. And it's only up to Magnus now to really start climbing on the table.
That's right. It's a new day, new dawn for Anish Giri.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has taken back his extra pawn. So 3 versus 2 in terms of pawns for White. Yeah, will he squeeze this one out, Jovanka? What do you think? Predictions?
Well, with the clock ticking down, I think it's possible. You know, this presence of these knights make this position somehow a little bit more spicier. You know, because if the knights were not on the board, it would be just a very straight up easy draw. But now these knights can jump around. There are a few posts that I can see the white knight jumping into and causing some nuisance. So I think Magnus has a fair chance.
That's right. And although the computer evaluation does say it's pretty much a draw, that doesn't take into account the human aspect. It's so difficult psychologically to defend. You've been a pawn down. I mean, Daniil Dubov, he's been a pawn down now for nearly 20 moves, and he's playing the world champion who's famous for grinding out these victories in this exact type of position. Meanwhile, Daniil Dubov has attacked the white rook with the black knight. That white rook will move. I think it will just step back 1 square, or it steps forward 1 square. Very safe play by Magnus Carlsen. If knights disappeared, Black would draw this game instantly. There'd just be nothing left for White to do, no way to create any winning chances. So that's his goal, Daniil Dubov. Can he trade off the knights?
And will we then see Magnus fight with everything he can to keep the knights on the board?
Yes. You saw that just now. You know, Dubov actually offered him a repetition, and Magnus, of course, being the most fighting player around, said, no, let's play.
Wow, so the world champion is really, really fighting hard here to get that win, even if it's really looking hard right now to get it.
That's right. And this is what I would have loved to see Nakamura and Wesley So do earlier. Just fight to the end, just to at least try to, entertain us, but also try to get one over their opponents. I mean, imagine Magnus Carlsen, Daniil Dubov. Years to come, they'll be both at the top of world chess. They might be fighting each other hundreds of times. Just getting a victory here and there, that psychological edge, might be key long term. So that's why Magnus Carlsen's fighting this one out. Not just the tournament situation, he also wants to put one over his friend, put one over his coach, Daniil Dubov.
And I'm just loving Magnus's last move. He's just moved his rook forward and has now offered Black a trade of rooks, because then that would transpose into a knight and pawn ending, and those are incredibly complicated. Maybe it's a draw. It probably isn't, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Knight endgames, they're so tricky. The more I've learnt about chess, the more I've learnt that knight endgames and queen endgames, those are the trickiest ones. They're so hard to evaluate all the time. The one thing, though, that they do say about knight endgames, when it's only knights and pawns left on the board, is that they are a bit like king and pawn endgames. So if a position is winning without the knights on the board, then it's often winning with the knights still on the board. That's why a trade of rooks right now would be very, very brave by Daniel Dubov, but also probably a mistake. That's why he keeps the rooks on the board.
Exactly. And actually, that decision cost him some time because now has just under 1.5 minutes. And when the clock starts ticking down, that's when the panic starts to set in. And yes.
Yeah, that's right. And Daniel Dubov, he doesn't normally look nervous. He's quite imperturbable. But here, he's starting to shake slightly. He's leaned in. Normally, we see him quite relaxed. That means he is feeling the heat. And his clock, I mean, he is 1 minute lower on the clock as well. Magnus Carlsen, he just needs to create a passed pawn. He needs to get one of his pawns essentially running. And at the moment, it's just very hard. Black, with his king, his knight, and his pawns, are stopping white from advancing right now.
All right, so Magnus's hope must be the clock then, to get Daniel Dubov down on just under a minute here.
Yes, I think the clock is always going to be Magnus Carlsen's friend. He's so quick when he needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's the kind of idea. I mean, that's one of the kind of secrets of endgame play. You use the clock as an extra factor, so you keep giving your opponent chances to go wrong. You keep improving your position, and it's just about decision-making, and it's also being very calm, because at the end of the day, you're going to have a faith that your opponent will crack, and if they don't crack, well, they deserve to draw. But it's, I must admit, there's something beautiful about playing for just 2 results. By 2 results, I mean a win and a draw. And, OK, so there you go. You see a very strange move from Dubov. He has put his knight...
That seems like the worst place to have your knight.
It is there for temporarily. But, yes, it is heading somewhere, but it is somewhat, I don't know.
That's why these players are geniuses. They look for moves that none of us mortals would normally even consider. We'd never dream of a move like that. Jovanka and I have said how bad knights are on the edge of the board. In the corner, they're even worse. That knight only has 2 squares it can jump to. But that knight is destined for greenest pastures a bit later on. That knight will jump forward. It's just temporarily sidelined itself. And actually, I did notice at the bottom there, we do have Stockfish, we do have the computer suggestions, and now it's white's turn, so it's suggesting moves for white. But a moment ago, the top computer suggestion was this knight move, putting the knight in the corner.
So we did find the top move.
He found the best move, Daniel Dubov, there.
Wow. That is impressive in this position. And Magnus Carlsen, we see on the Stockfish that doesn't really matter what move he makes. It's going to be OK either way.
Yeah, that's right. The fact that the computer says 0.1 for white means that white has a slight advantage, a very small advantage, but it shouldn't be enough to win if both sides play perfectly. Neither side will play perfectly, though. They're both under 1 minute. They're both humans. The nerves will jangle as the moves go on. I would expect this one to... I mean, Magnus, he's going to try for the next 20, 30 moves at least. And Magnus Carlsen putting his knight on the edge of the board as well. They're breaking all the rules. Don't try this at home.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I can do worse.
At least White's knight is attacking something. White's knight attacking the black rook right now.
That's true.
That rook will have to move.
All right. Well, all the other games in the 5th round of the Airthings Master or the 1st round of Day 2 have finished. Lastly, Grishuk and Rajabov have played a draw. So all games have ended in a draw, except the one between Anish Giri and Pentla Harikrishna, where Giri won. So he's climbing on the table. And what's happening here?
That's right. So White has just jumped up with his rook to give check to the Black King. The Black King will need to decide. Do you step forward? OK, he decides to step back. He was not as brave as Levon Aronian's king in yesterday, right in the middle of the board there. White re-centralising, actually both sides re-centralising their knights, bringing their knights back towards the centre. You don't want your knight on the side of the board for long. Sometimes you put it there, but as long as it's on the way to a better square. And now White's knight right in the middle. Octo Knight again, controlling 8 squares.
And he has played knight check, but it is on the edge of the board, you know. It's,
That's right, Black's knight is on the edge of the board. It's nicely anchored by a black pawn, that black knight in the corner there. So it's on an outpost. It can't be challenged by a white pawn. So it's a strong square, but it is the side of the board. It's never normally a good thing. White's king steps up, and Black's rook trying to go behind now, trying to attack the White king from behind.
Yes. And I'm a little bit worried about the white king.
Well,
so
look
I
at
would
the
be
bar
there.
now. It is.
I would be pushing my pawn. The only pawn that can move, I would be pushing that one up the board because that white king doesn't have too many squares. I'm a little bit concerned I could get stuck in a mating net. And there it has. He has moved it.
Magnus Carlsen finds it. Actually, that was the key move. And now, just under the players' cameras, we see Stockfish. The computer thinks that black only has 2 moves to stay in the game. And, OK, Daniel Dubov, he finds the best move. That wasn't an obvious one. He's given check to the white king. The white king steps back. But this is a huge kind of moral victory for Magnus Carlsen. He's managed to push a pawn. That pawn earlier was completely stuck. Magnus Carlsen has finally made progress. He was manoeuvring for the last 10, 20 moves, but now he's moving in for the kill. He's stepping up.
Look at how he made all those little improvements. The knight has improved itself. The pawn that was stuck, that's now moved a little bit forward. And the rook is in a brilliant position, actually, cutting off the black king. Wow.
Yeah, this
and
is...
Dubov. Short on time, sorry.
Oh, yes. Oh, look at his clock. OK.
Yes. OK,
10 seconds. OK, he made his move.
That's right. And Magnus, he was thinking in Dubov's time there, and he reacted immediately. He's given check to the black king, that knight giving check. And now Dubov, he just moved his king across. White can actually gobble up another pawn here. He can go 2 pawns ahead. He can just... And he does it. Magnus Carlsen grabbing another pawn. We'll see... Wow. I think Daniel Dubov might have just blundered again.
Really?
Daniel Dubov, he didn't take that white pawn that had just captured his own. Instead, he brought his knight closer to the white king, and white has given check with a pawn.
And look at the bar.
The bar, yeah, white is now winning. There is a trick, though. Black is... And Magnus Carlsen finds the only winning move, I think. Black was aiming to give perpetual check with his knight. Black was aiming to check the white king with his knight, and that check would go on forever. White's king would not be able to escape. Now white brings his rook back to help out the white king to survive.
Yeah.
White's still 2 pawns up, remember?
Exactly, and just look at that rook attacking the black knight. So black cannot actually capture white's knight as well. Oh, these 2 pawns are going to start telling something. Oh.
Yeah, and I think Magnus Carlsen, he's playing perfectly. He's an endgame. I mean, we've mentioned it before. He's a genius in the endgame. White bringing his knight back there. He's still 2 pawns ahead. And look at that black knight. It's trapped. It doesn't have a safe square to go to. So White just needs to find a way to slowly get at that black knight. Keep it caged. Keep it trapped there at the edge of the board. Black's knight, it's gone into the enemy territory, but it's got no friends, got no support, no backup there. And White's king stepping forward. That is so classy.
Yes.
Look at the black knight now, completely trapped. No safe squares, and White is still 2 pawns ahead.
And it's not just that black knight being trapped. There's also 1 white pawn that is 2 squares away from queening, you know, and it can get some help. You know, the rook can come along and assist it in its progress. No, it's game over.
And 7 seconds for Daniil Dubov in this horrible position. 3, 2...
Make a move, quick. OK, he's just made it.
In the last second. OK, and Magnus, what does he do now?
Magnus, he has plenty of options. I would bring my rook up and give check right now.
And he's done it.
He does it. Basically, you just need to find support for that white pawn. That white pawn, as Jovanka mentioned, is 2 squares away from becoming new queen. And therefore, Magnus Carlsen, he puts his knight on the edge of the board as well. But the whole idea is to support that white pawn running forward.
And you can just look at their expressions and you can see...
And it's over.
It's over.
It is over. Magnus Carlsen needed a win, and he started day 1, day 2. With a win, wow.
Yeah, he squeezed water from a stone there. We all thought, I thought with best play that should be a draw, but he always finds a way, Magnus Carlsen.
Daniil Dubov, so annoyed, he just left the computer right away. Magnus Carlsen is looking over this. He must be feeling, I don't know, relieved, very happy, excited. The killer mode is starting.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone loves that first victory. So for Magnus, it's especially sweet. And, you know, I'm just still astounded by his magical endgame play. That was just brilliant.
Yeah.
He made it from nothing.
That's why he's the world champion. He does this. I mean, he does this so often. It's not a coincidence. He's done it in world championship matches. He's done it in long play, blitz games, rapid games. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, he's just so good in these endgames.
Round 2 of day 2 is starting in only 7 minutes, and we will follow the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. 2 so strong players will fight it out, and they both want the points. And this is the result in round 5. so many draws, but we had 2 decided games, David. Magnus Carlsen won against Daniil Dubov, and Anish Giri won against Harikrishna. The 2 players that needed it the most.
That's right, we highlighted them just before the day started. Both of those players struggled very badly yesterday, far from their best form. But when the chips are down, when they really, really need those wins, they always seem to come through.
How are they feeling right now, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen?
I think elated and relieved.
What do you think, Jovanka?
I think they're absolutely over the moon. It's what you want. And especially for Anish Giri, who really finished day 1 in pole last position, and that's really not what he wanted. He came here to win, and I think he will be very happy with that win.
All right, we are so excited to start the next round. It really is shaking up in the Airthings Masters. 2 of the players who needed a win got it in the first round of day 2. We are looking forward to round number 2 of day 2. The players are playing brilliant chess. I'm not the best chess players, but I am learning. Look at this. Basic example of double attack. Okay, pawn fork. Pawn fork. Is this a pawn fork? It must be this. White to play knight fork. If I go here, then obviously king and bishop. I'm going to try this one. That was wrong, because he could take me with the pawn. If I go here, okay, then I am attacking the king, and I am attacking... Okay, this must be the move. Yes! Where is that double attack? I feel it has to be something with the queen. Could threaten this one. The queen all the way up here. Why didn't I think about that? I knew it was something with the queen. Should have trusted my instinct. Maybe I take? No, I don't take. Of course, because I take the... All right, I'm getting better. Pins and forks. I like the pins and the forks. They're not that hard to find.
No, they're quite nice and very effective. That's what I like about them. I especially love doing them over the board. I have this thing for pins. Pinning is winning.
Pinning is another rhyme.
Yes,
pinning is winning. All right, what do you think, David? Am I getting better?
I think so. Yeah. Already from the Skilling Open to now, I'm sensing a big improvement.
All right, well, but I am quite far away from having chess as my profession, like the chess players do. They are chess players whole time. Quite good at it as well, and I asked them, what is the best part about having chess as your profession?
Nobody realizes how lazy you are, because you can always claim that what you do is work.
During the pandemic, it's an amazing profession. You just turn on your laptop or, I don't know, PC, and then you start analyzing.
You're your own boss. You set up your own schedules, a day off when I want to. You see stuff. Like I myself, I think I've been to almost 60 countries.
And of course, a lot of money.
You see so many places, cool people, very intellectual people as well, that you can have great conversation with.
My job is to play chess. It's amazing because it's something I would do even if I didn't have to do it.
The best part of being a chess professional is it's the game itself. I just love playing the game, and it's given me such a meaningful way of working.
I think it's good if you love it, but if you don't like it, then there is nothing good about it. If you like to make photos, then it's very nice to have it as a job. But I, for example, I hate taking photos, so I would hate to be a photographer.
All right, well, luckily, Alexander Grishuk is not a photographer. He is a chess player, and he will be playing now the next round in the Airthings Masters. It is getting intense. It is getting very important now for the players to get those wins. Now let's take a look at what the matchups will look like in round 6 of the preliminaries. The first game is between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then we will have a game between Timur Rajabov and Hikaru Nakamura, who got a long break after finishing after only 1 minute in the first round. Next game is Harikrishna and Alexander Grishuk, the non-photographer, the chess player. And then a very interesting game between Daniil Dubov, who just lost against Magnus Carlsen, facing Anish Giri, who just won Who's got the most confidence going in here, David?
Oh, Anish Giri will be feeling confident, but Dubov, he'll be hungry to fight back.
He will be hungry to fight back. And then Magnus Carlsen, who just beat Daniel Dubov, he is facing David Anton. One of the wild cards in the tournament, could be another win for the world champion. But the game that we will follow is the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. Aronian, we talked about him. He's been so strong. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave actually now on the bottom of the table or the lower half of the table. He needs to get a win here now.
Yeah, he needs to start motoring and he needs to make a score. He cannot lose. That's very important. But very different styles. You know, you have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who has a very tactical, energetic style, against Levon Aronian, who I've nicknamed Mr. Center, because he plays in a very classical way. He occupies the center and then he controls it by using his pieces. So I'm looking forward to this.
It's going to be an interesting game. Two fighters on the chessboard, but I think they're good friends off the chessboard, David.
That's right, and as Jovanka mentioned, such different styles. On the board, off the board, they're such good friends. That doesn't stop them, though, from fighting. Every time I see these guys play each other, I've seen them play dozens and dozens of times. There's always a really, really tense fight. And especially Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he's actually gone away from his normal favourite move. He nearly always pushes the pawn in front of his king forward 2 squares. Instead, he's played an opening that Jovanka and I will like, the English opening.
Fantastic!
And this one promises a very exciting fight. This one is very tense. Black's already brought his queen out. We always say this, don't bring your queen out too early because she's the most valuable piece. Anytime she gets attacked, she'll have to run away. She'll have to retreat.
And the bar already, it's so much action on the bar, saying 1 pawn advantage for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Already looking nice for white here.
Yes, I've actually studied this line quite a lot myself. I think that advantage will kind of disappear slightly. I like white's chances, but I don't think the advantage is that big right now. Both players as well, they will be in their homework, and that's reflected in the clock times. Levon Aronian's actually gained a minute on the clock. He's played 6 moves very quickly. You gain 10 seconds after every move. Yeah, I think Levon Aronian, he'll have been prepared. He actually plays the opening, this English opening, as white himself very, very regularly.
Yeah, one thing that has been very apparent from Levon Aronian's games is that he's very, very well prepared. He's played quickly, confidently, and he's never been in trouble, apart from his first game against Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, you can see the moves are coming out thick and fast, where we have white occupying the centre and black challenging the centre, and now white has developed the bishop and is attacking the black queen.
That's right, and we said that if you bring out the queen too early, she will have to run away. You'll have to lose a lot of time. You'll have to spend a lot of moves keeping that queen nice and safe. And now Levon Aronian, his first real think of the game, he's deciding what to do with his queen. The queen attacked by white's bishop. The black queen cannot capture that white bishop because that bishop is protected by a knight. So a very important point there. Instead, Levon sidesteps with his queen, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave pushes ahead with a pawn. You've called him Mr. Centre, Levon Aronian. Now, Maxim, he's fighting for that centre of the board. White's pawn is the more advanced now, attacking a black knight. I think both players, still, they'll be in their homework. Levon actually brings his knight back to its start square. This is, again, something that I definitely encourage all of you viewers, don't try this at home, because Levon Aronian, he's breaking all the rules. He's brought his queen out too early. He's retreated his knight. He just hasn't developed any of his pieces apart from that queen now. Black's queen is the only piece not on its start square. And yeah, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he pushes his corner pawn in front of his rook, a pawn that viewers of previous shows will know as Harry. Harry the H pawn. It's on the H line. And that's a favourite move of Simon Williams, the Ginger GM. You use that pawn as a battering ram. You just push it forward and create some weaknesses, activating that white rook in the corner. Very ambitious play by Maxim Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, absolutely. And so who would you fancy as the favourite in this position, in this game?
I mean, I think Levon Aronian, he might have the black pieces right now, but he would love to have white.
Yeah.
He loves to push his that Harry pawn. He loves to occupy the centre. He loves to get his quick development in. I'm just surprised by Vachier-Lagrave's choice. But I'd prefer to be white. I don't know about you, Jovanka.
Yeah, I also prefer to be white, but you know those pawns in the centre, they're a little bit doubled. I can see that there's so much potential in this position for both sides. You know, white has the good development, especially because black's queen is being chased left, right and centre. I anticipate that she's going to get kicked around again. And, you know, black has played some strange moves, retreating the knight. Despite this has actually all been seen before.
Yes, and actually I've studied this exact position before alongside a couple of other very strong grandmasters, and we concluded that white's chances are good, but if black knows what he's doing, he is okay. Black is the one who has to be accurate, though. And actually, if we bring up the analysis board, we can see what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be thinking about right now. White's bishop is attacked by the black pawn that's just moved. White will possibly retreat his bishop. White will also consider pushing that pawn in the corner forward to attack the black queen. Yeah, lots of options here for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Also, we should note that white has a pair of doubled pawns. We mentioned this in previous days. White's pawns there, kind of on the left side, they are on the same line, those doubled pawns. Long term, they will be a weakness, so white should play quickly. He has to play for the attack. And talking of playing for the attack, he's pushed his pawn forward, attacking the black queen. He did not retreat his bishop. Black's queen will continue having to run away.
Yeah, we actually have some surprise from some tweeters. We have a tweet from Jason Willem. He says, well, let me just bring it up. He says, suddenly the tweets just shifted, and I'm going to find it here. Give me a second, and I'll read it out. It says, okay, it says, Vachier-Lagrave not playing 1e4 2020 is a very strange year indeed.
That's true.
That is true.
A lot of surprises this year.
Exactly. Actually, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is true because he really sticks to playing this king's pawn forward, and here he's doing different things. Perhaps he's trying to hide his opening surprises.
Well, actually, hasn't he talked about it? Because he is the leader in the candidates tournament that will start again sometimes in 2021. And perhaps he wants to sort of hide his opening strategies a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that candidates tournament, he's in the joint lead with Jan Nepomniachtchi, another player in this tournament. Whoever wins that event, the second half of which will take place this coming year, whoever wins that event will get to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the world title, the world crown. So, I mean, that, I think, will be his priority. Obviously, he wants to win here. He wants to do well. So he'll try to play some great openings, but he will hide a few secrets here and there. And I've known Maxime since we were 8 years old. I think we first played in 1998, and he has been playing with his king's pawn every single time for those last 20-odd years. He always pushes his king's pawn. So playing the English opening this time, it's a huge shock.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
The English opening, not the opening you hear about the most. What is it that you British have come up with that?
We're sneaky players. We like our tricks and our traps. So.
It's true. It's true. There's some calling cards. I mean, some countries have, like the English, it's all about those tricks and traps. And we have certain systems that are basically designed for lazy players. And some of them are even
part-time
like,
players,
yeah, exactly. Like any Tom, Dick and Harry can win with this line. And I've noticed that the French are very tactical, very tricky. The Chinese players are very good at calculation. They're exceptional at that. German players are very solid, very theoretical, very solid.
Not a surprise at all.
No, not a surprise.
I actually watched, I saw the movie The Imitation Game the other day about, what's his name? The one who made the computer to crack Enigma.
Alan Turing.
Alan Turing. And one of the most important characters is Hugh Alexander, who was a British chess champion many years.
Yes, that's right, yeah. There was a whole load of them, I think. They were all involved in cracking the Enigma code.
And winning World War II.
Right.
Yeah.
Our predecessors as British champions. Meanwhile, Black's queen is doing a merry dance on the board. She's moved more times than I can even count. The Black queen again, moving there, centralising herself, blocking White's pawns in the centre. And White, I mean, Maxime, he's insatiable. He just continues to push forward. White's knight now heading towards the edge of the board, but it will bring itself back towards the centre to try and attack that black queen. So White's idea will be to re-centralise that knight next move. Levon, definitely the one under pressure here. Black needs to get his king to safety. We see Maxime, White's king, very, very safe now behind a couple of pawns. Black's king, meanwhile, still in the center, still uncertain of its fate.
And 2 games this round has already ended after only 5, 6, 7 minutes. And it is, I mean, I'm not sure if it's a surprise or not, but Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi, a draw, and also Hikaru Nakamura played a draw against Timur Ajabo. The 2 Americans who only played for 30 seconds in the first round, only playing for 5 minutes or so in the second round. They're just very slow start for the Americans today.
They're still waking up. We saw early, it was, I mean, early in the morning for them. But still, maybe they'll live to regret it. If they lose a game or 2 now, they'll just look back at this as missed opportunities.
Well, they are currently both in top of the table with 3.5 points, but obviously many games remain in this 6th round.
Yeah, but we do have a very exciting board at hand. You know, I really love this game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. And it's so, you know, interesting to see basically Maxime Vachier-Lagrave come out swinging. You know, he's made his intentions very clear. He wants to attack Levon, and now Levon is really on the back foot. And I'm curious, you know, for those people who want to join in the conversation, you know, who are you cheering for? Levon Aronian or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave? Who is it that you prefer to play, white or black? And if you want to get involved with the fun and the conversation, please tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
And we do also have that quiz going on where they can win a premium membership on Chess24 for 1 year.
Yes, and which player has a degree in mathematics? Now, I have to specify, lots of chess players out there in the world do have degrees in mathematics. Mathematics and chess are very popular. But we're actually talking about players participating in the Airthings Open. So I did see some tweets saying Botvinnik, no.
Yes, that's right, but he's not playing in the Airthings Masters.
Yes, he's also from 19.
Yeah, that's true. All right, well, interesting. So the players, some of them having time to also get very, very hard and high degrees in school. Okay, I hear the moves coming in.
That's right. So we did see the Black King finally head towards safety. The Black King has actually castled on that right side. It's not fully safe, though. White's Knight jumping into the black half of the board. The White Knight was attacking the Black Queen last move, so the Queen has moved yet again. I think she's moved 6 or 7 times out of the first 17, 18 moves. That Queen, that Black Queen, she definitely deserves a rest. Meanwhile, White needs more ammunition. I think if we bring up the board, White has a very strong move here. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I'm pretty sure he'll find this move. This suits his style, being dynamic, being aggressive. In this position, White's Knight, it needs support. Therefore, at the moment, OK, it only has these bishops potentially as support, but it's time to bring in other pieces to the game. So I expect to see the move pawn forward 2 squares, trying to open up this white rook towards that Black Queen. If Black makes a mistake and captures this pawn, we could see bishops lined up against the Black King. This, I think, would be fantastically strong for White. It's all about whether Maxime will find this move, pushing his pawn forward. If he delays too much, his initiative might dry up. And actually, we see there, Stockfish, the computer evaluation, it does like that move as well. It also likes retreating the knight, but I think that's less human. That's not so natural for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to find. He will be thinking how to bring more pieces into the attack right now.
All right, well, clock's still not an issue for these players. They have played all right tempo so far. It's not crucial so far, but still a lot of pieces I can see on the board. Is it hard to find like the good moves here?
I think it's just the fact that there's so much choice. I mean, just having nearly all the pieces left on the board, it means that you're thinking, oh, should I improve that one or this one or that one? What should I be trying to open up? What pawn structure do I want? There's so many questions. But when in doubt, I think you just need to aim for your opponent's king. And that's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's style as well. He will be trying to push forward. I think we'll see that pawn move.
I'm hoping that pawn moves. It's my favourite. It's my favourite pawn move, actually.
Yeah,
it's kind of it instills a sense of terror in me when I see it, because it just liberates the rook, and it's like, great.
All right, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the players fighting in the candidates that was postponed due to the pandemic. It will be played in 2021. We will get to know who will face Magnus Carlsen in the next World Championship match. Quite possibly Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Why is Levon Aronian not playing that? One of the very best players in the world.
The candidates tournament.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he didn't qualify. It's only the top really, really top 8 players, and there's different routes you can qualify from the World Cup. I played in a tournament, actually. I was 1 game away from qualifying for that candidates tournament, but in that, there was only 1 qualification place, and I think all the top 100 players in the world pretty much were playing. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, lots of other strong players, and Levon, he's been up there for so long. He's come so close to qualifying for a World Championship match, but he's always just fallen at the final hurdle. I'd love to see him play one day.
Well, we have a very, very surprising move while you were talking because, well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has actually retreated the bishop, and I really didn't expect that because I thought Maxime has been playing rather aggressively with a go-forward approach. So what has he got in store for us? I mean, is he planning to line the queen and the bishop up in one diagonal?
I think so. I think that's a very mysterious move. Normally, we don't like to retreat. It's not very human to retreat unless we really, really have to. And if we bring up the board, we can see Jovanka has mentioned this one idea. This must be what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has in mind. He wants to bring his queen forward, line it up on the same diagonal as this bishop. And if you imagine the teamwork along this diagonal, if he can bring his queen to this line, he wants to indirectly attack the black king. That's a bit tricky to defend against for Levon Aronian. But, for example, I would be thinking of moving my knight forward, controlling the square, stopping white's idea. If you can stop your opponent's idea, then that will be extremely frustrating. That's what I always think in chess. First thing you should look for is your opponent's threat. Instead, OK, Levon ignores my advice. He moves his rook across, but now bringing the queen forward would run into a pawn attack, and it would also cut the coordination. So black would win a piece. So Levon Aronian, he was thinking about his opponent's ideas. He was trying to get inside Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's mind. And I think he's come up with a decent response.
Yeah, definitely. I've really been liking how Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been playing. And we have a tweet from Tapio Gora, who says, MVL is out for blood. And it certainly looks that way, doesn't he? Even though he did make the...
Oh, is he now?
Is he now? And look at that. He just advanced his pawn forward. Yeah, he is definitely on the mood for some fireworks. Just look at that.
So aggressive, pushing another pawn forward. Yes, he wants to open up the black king, but also the white king now feels a bit drafty. There's a lot of air around that white king. So I think this move, it's either very good or it's very bad. It could go either way. But that just shows he's in an uncompromising mood. He wants to fight.
Yeah.
He's happy to take those risks.
Will it be hard for Levon to find the response for that good or bad move?
Ooh, I mean, I don't even know where I'd start trying to find the response. It's very tricky for Levon as well. He needs to just calculate the risks. He needs to think, do I try and trade off some pieces now?
Yeah.
He does that. He offers a trade of bishops. I think the more pieces that disappear now, the weaker white's king will become, actually.
Yeah, no, it's definitely advancing this pawn is definitely a roll the dice type of move. And I think, you know, Levon is not the type of guy who's going to get flustered by such a move. So he's reacted very correctly, as David said. Now he's offered a trade of bishops and he's hoping to take the position just to relieve the pressure a little bit and then make use of that very exposed king. So I'm expecting Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to perhaps preserve those bishops.
Yes, I think Maxime, if he can, he'll try and keep those bishops on the board. It's not easy, though. The only way to keep those bishops on the board is to retreat yet again. Meanwhile, we should also remember pawns don't move backwards. Maxime, we love that last move. It's very, very aggressive. White's pawns are very far forward, especially in contrast to the black pawns. But they do leave weaknesses behind. So Levon Aronian, the more pieces he can exchange, the happier he'll feel long term.
But look at this. This is a really clever move. By moving the queen, he's saying, yes, you can trade bishops, but it's going to be on my terms, because if the bishops go, then I will get to open one line and suddenly there will be a rook and knight and bishop and queen all involved in attacking your king. So I really like this.
That's right. So if black trades bishops, white will capture with the pawn and suddenly teamwork, this rook and queen lined up together against the black, that black right side. I think this would be a huge gain for white. I think that's something that Levon, he should try to stop. So after the queen's jumped forward, he should not trade the bishops right now. He needs to find something else.
Are you surprised by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's gung-ho attitude?
I'm never surprised by anything Maxime does. I've played him dozens and dozens of times, and every time he manages to shock me at some moment. He's always looking at my king, that's what I notice. And here, white is looking, Maxime, he's looking at the black king. right now.
Yeah, what does our viewers at home, what are they thinking about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's attitude? Are they impressed, or would they be quaking in their boots? You know, absolutely. Tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps and connect with us in the studio. It's so much fun.
That's right.
Okay, so the thing that I'm sitting here thinking about is what is on Levon Aronian's finger? That seems like a very badass ring. Just like long, or even... What is that?
Is it like a crocodile? Okay, that's something we need to note down and ask him afterwards. He wasn't wearing that yesterday.
No, I know. Or is it a Band-Aid? Oh, very strange.
Yeah, one of the things that I was a little bit curious about.
Like a crocodile.
Over the board chess, we'd all have like lucky pens, lucky talismans, lucky underpants, socks, or whatever.
Maybe it's a lucky ring that he just recently got.
Right. You know, maybe in online chess you still have the same kind of thing with some lucky rings.
Okay, someone apparently noticed it's a crocodile of some sort.
Wow.
Okay, we need to ask him about this later.
Yeah, we're very superstitious chess players. There will be a reason behind that. We'd love to know it, though.
Yes, absolutely.
And meanwhile, Levon Aronian, he has actually sacrificed a pawn. So Levon, he pushed the black pawn forward in the middle of the board. White just took it. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just snapped that pawn off. And in compensation for the pawn that Levon sacrificed, he's now been able to install a knight in the middle of the board. Black's knight now very, very strong, attacking the white queen. White's queen will have to waste time moving herself away from that attack. It's always tricky, though. Is a pawn worth one tempo? Is a pawn worth one extra move where you gain a bit of time attacking an opponent's piece? White's queen will move. Levon will then have to decide how to continue his attack. And actually, we do see just below the board, again, the computer evaluations. One of White's moves is much better than all the others. Moving the queen forward one square is now the best option for White. Any other square will gift Black the advantage.
Mm-hmm. So he only has to find that one move. Ooh.
And it's not obvious. It's not obvious.
No, it's not obvious why that square is better for the queen than any other square. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's right. I would be very tempted to shuffle my queen across one square, keep my king nice and safe, but it does look like advancing.
Oh, and he's found it.
He's found it.
And he's found it. And I think that move also comes with some concealed threats.
That's right. So the queens are kind of... There's an awkward standoff right now. They're kind of staring at each other. There's a white knight in the middle, though. Yeah, very, very tense position. So many pieces attacking each other. The bishops could disappear. Black's bishop could also capture a white knight.
Oh, and the fruit, the fruit has arrived. Do you remember Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the last tournament bringing up an apple when he had 20 seconds on the clock? The cool Frenchman. Well, he's got more than 20 seconds now.
That's right. And actually, for breakfast, he mentioned his favourite breakfast was very healthy.
Yes.
Apples and bananas.
Oh, but he added a croissant.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
allowed a croissant.
The banana, every chess player's staple.
Is it?
Yeah, this is like the favourite food of every chess player. It's because of magnesium and got a lot of sugar, and it just keeps the energy levels quite consistent. So, yeah.
Tip there for everyone: bananas.
Yeah.
Great for chess.
Yeah, and over the board tournaments, the only things players bring are often a bottle of water and a banana.
Really?
Yeah.
And a pen. But
Okay, so who's got the strangest eating habits at tournaments that you've noticed, David?
I did once play a Chinese player, a grandmaster called Wang Howell, and I remember I had less than 30 seconds on my clock. It was my move. He had about an hour left. And then he started eating this banana, dripping it all over the board. I had to ask for the game to be stopped so that we could wipe away some banana peel.
You're not really meant to be eating out the board. You know?
Yeah, that's right. You always see them leave the board. And
yeah, you're meant to be doing that. You know, it's... There is one league, however, where it's kind of commonplace to make yourself a little sandwich and everyone sits there chomping away, but that's kind of like not done anywhere else in the world.
That's the beauty of online chess. You can eat what you want, you can say what you want, do what you want.
Yeah, true.
You don't distract the opponent as much as you would.
No, not at all, yeah.
Yeah. My favourite thing to do when playing chess is to have a little cocktail.
Oh,
yeah. That's my level of chess.
That's doping. The Olympic Committee wouldn't allow. Actually, we did have a tweet there. Apparently, it's a Lacoste ring. Levon's ring there.
Oh, very fancy.
Very fancy.
Oh. Okay, we have a move by the Lacoste ring finger.
Right, and I think Levon, he's just offered a trade of queens. He's maybe just felt the tension a bit there. He decided, OK, Black is a pawn down, but White's pawns are very, very weak. White's pawns are very far advanced, but they're all attacked right now. Black's knight, meanwhile, is dominant in that centre of the board. I think Levon, he was just a bit scared for the safety of that black king with all of the White's pawns advancing. So he thought, OK, it's time to just play safe and trade the queens off.
Interesting. What are you thinking right now? Will this end with a winner or a draw?
I'm predicting a winner.
Wow.
I'm not sure who, but
Could be anyone.
It feels like both players are going for it in this game.
Fantastic. I'm just loving Levon Aronian's mentality in this tournament so far. He just seems so focused, calm, and just full of confidence, really.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's been very, very impressive in day one. And I'm just really impressed at how he handled Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's over-the-board aggression. Just look at it. You know, he's calmly exchanged queens. And now he's going to say is, look at those pawns that you have. Look how they're all undefended. But by undefended, I mean that they're not supported by other pawns. And then he's going to start making use of that in the endgame. And that's so calm and cold-blooded.
Yeah, that's right. Very cold-blooded. And if we bring up the board, we can see Maxime's last move is a very direct attempt to neutralise Black's advantage, potentially. So White just pushed this pawn forward. He's offering this pawn maybe as a trade. Black also is attacking these pawns with his knight. Black has so much to snack on, but Maxime's just trying to confuse Black. He's giving him a choice. Which pawn do you capture? Also, you could trade off this knight. For example, Black could capture this knight, and for example, next move, snap off this pawn, or this pawn, or this one. Which one do you eat? Which one do you take? So much choice. I think the more pawns that disappear, normally this would favour the Black knight, nicely centralised, but White is also able to grab some pawns. Lots and lots of action happening here. So much choice for Maxime. Well, so much choice for Levon as well right now.
And it is Levon Aronian thinking. He is slowly going under 6 minutes here. Levon Aronian, 38 years old, I think. And we talked about him not playing the candidates this time. He was previously world #2. Do you think sort of his time is up for the chance to be a world champion? Or can you see him sort of get back in the very, very, very top 2 spots in the world?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he still has time to get up there. As we've heard, he has had a difficult year. It might take him a while to rebound. But in general, chess players, they peak slightly later than sportsmen. In sports, you peak in your late 20s, maybe right at the beginning of your 30s. And then from there, it's difficult to maintain that level. In chess, experience plays a big, big part. So even players in their 40s, 50s, it's still possible to improve. It's still possible to maintain a very, very high level. And, I mean, he's such a class act that I wouldn't be surprised if he stays in that top 10, if he gets another chance at the World Championship.
And we have to say, Jovanka, he's really been looking good in the Champions Chess Tour so far.
Yeah, he's been very, very impressive. And I also have to agree with David about the point about age. That's one of the beauties in chess, that actually anyone of whatever age can compete to a very, very high level. And even reach the top 10. I mean, we saw that Garry Kasparov was at the top of the world for like 20-something years. So, yeah, he managed. So why not?
Why not? Levon Aronian. And he is in the move. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave moved his rook.
That's right. So we did see a trade. Black did capture that knight that I mentioned with his bishop. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave brought his rook up to retake that piece. White's rook looks very nicely placed right now. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian, wow, that's a very ambitious move. He did not choose to capture that pawn. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he just offered a free pawn. But Levon Aronian decided not to capture it. Instead, next move, he's going to use his knight, that black knight in the middle, to capture one of White's pawns.
Yeah, that's such a risky move because, you know, in this type of positions, you have pawns and you have different levels of pawns. All pawns are not equal. And with that last move, well, White suddenly gets a passed pawn. By passed pawn, it means it's unchallenged, it's unopposed. And the best type of pawn is the protected passed pawn. So I'm fully expecting Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to give his passed pawn some assistance and protect it with another pawn. And this is so risky. I would never in a million years allow this type of things.
That's right. That shows Levon, he's taking huge, huge risks to try and win this game. If we bring up the board, Jovanka, you're right. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he has supported that pawn. Look how strong these guys are together. This is a protected pass pawn. It's this pawn is the front pawn. No, I mean, it just has no rival right now. It's close to marching through to become a new queen. Meanwhile, it has this support. These two pawns together are going to be the bane of Black's existence. They're going to be a thorn in his side. Meanwhile, the reason Levon allowed this is because he captured a pawn with his knight. He's trying to counterattack along this line with his rook right now. That being said, will allowing that pawn to survive come back to bite him?
Yeah, it's such a risky thing, because if that pawn lives, then it's going to be a thorn for the rest of all time. And yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And that white pawn...
So double-edged.
So close to...
You have this 2 rooks and a knight versus 2 rooks and a bishop, and then this beautiful pawn that's in the centre of the board, 2 squares away from queening, but then Levon will have extra material. Oh, it's so double-edged. I mean, I can't call it.
Yeah, that's right. If it becomes a pawn race later, white is always going to win. So Black needs to take action before Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is able to consolidate. There we see Maxime. He's retreated his bishop. That bishop was attacked by a black rook. So that bishop has run to safety. Ooh. And now we've seen it so many times today. A knight has run to the corner of the board.
He's breaking the rules, you know.
He's going
the knight is on the edge of the board, and you remember, it is the quality of your pawns and not the quantity. And that white's pawn is 2 squares away from queening, and I don't like that knight on the edge of the board. It's not doing anything, and it has got no squares to go to. And I think there's going to be a turnaround.
Yeah, and we see that the bar there has jumped up in White's favour, and I completely agree with your logic there, Jovanka. All of White's pieces are doing something. You look at White's 2 rooks. White's rook on the right side is nicely placed, very active, eyeing up that black king indirectly. And now the other rook, the other white rook that's just shuffled across 1 square, it's aiming at an undefended pawn up at the top of the board. So Black is only essentially playing with his 1 black rook right now. That the rest of his pieces, we see the rook in the corner, the black rook in the corner, it's doing nothing. And that black knight on the edge of the board, it's kind of trapped. It's definitely looking like White, who is a pawn down, he is the one with the chances right now.
Yeah, absolutely, David. I feel, it sounds really harsh, but I actually feel that Levon Aronian has lost the plot a little bit with his last few moves. I think he's just gotten greedy and gone pawn hunting and just forgotten that, you know, he does need to defend against that protected passed pawn that White has in the centre. And he has forgotten about harmony and piece coordination.
Yeah, and I think that is reflected in his clock time as well. He's now under 4 minutes. Maxime has a couple of minutes more. It's very difficult for Black here. You need to do something about that white pawn.
And just look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's casually taken perhaps some tea or some coffee.
Yeah.
He's leaned back on his
look at the bar with that move.
Oh,
that's right. And White actually has a winning move right now. Okay. Actually, maybe more than 1 winning move. If we bring up the board, we can see the options that lie in the position for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Levon Aronian, he needed to defend this pawn. This pawn was under attack, so he pushed it forward 1 square. But now this pawn is undefended. It's lost its mate. White can actually just snap this pawn off the board. He has done that. And look, this pawn is so close to promotion now. He will push this pawn forward next move. Black also has to move this rook away. It is attacked. He's moved this rook. But I think the winning idea is to push this pawn forward and then bring your rook to support it. Bring your remaining rook into the game. Get rid of this defender. Get rid of this blockader. And once that black rook disappears, White's pawn will become a new queen.
And he's done it. And he has pushed his pawn forward. It is 1 square away from queening there. All he has to do is, as David says, get rid of that black rook and it's game over. Wow. Oh.
Yeah, I think Levon Aronian, he knows as well. Just his body language, he's looked so relaxed the whole game. He knows he's in trouble. That being said, he did find the best try there. He pushes his pawn forward, attacking White's rook. White's rook needs to retreat right now.
It just seems on the bar. It's swinging back and forth. It seems very complicated for the computer to calculate. It must be even harder to be sitting there playing it.
Exactly, especially with less than 4 or 5 minutes on the clock. These players, they'll just be focused on calculating variations right now. They'll be looking 2, 3, 4 moves ahead. Maxime, as White, he'll be thinking, how can I get that pawn through to its goal? How can I make a new queen? Levon right now, I think he's just calculating. It's all about survival. He's just trying to figure out how can I make sure that that pawn doesn't promote. And his last move makes sure that he gains a bit of time. He gains 10 seconds on the clock, and he forces the white rook to retreat. I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave maybe had an even stronger move a couple of moves ago, a faster way to get that pawn through to its final square.
Maybe he realized.
Maybe he realised, was he stretching there, or was he kind of...
Yeah, I've noticed that we see a lot of stretching on online chess, a lot of, and I just think that it's a kind of a way for the chess players to kind of bring back to focus. And, or either that or they're just posturing, because suddenly Levon leaned back and just said, well, I think my position's good. And you can see that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is on full beast mode. But yes, the computer may say it's equal, but with a pawn such as the one that White has in the centre, one square away from queening, it's never going to be equal until that pawn has been gotten rid of.
That's right. So the computer might say it's roughly balanced, but that doesn't mean it's a draw.
No.
That just means that both sides have their chances. And here, it's definitely the fact that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in the ascendancy. Levon Aronian is on the defensive.
All right, intense, and we know that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is in the bottom half of the table. He had one loss yesterday against Jan Nepomniachtchi, so a win here would really, really be good for him. Levon Aronian has been in the top of the table all the way from the start here, so wouldn't be devastating for him with a loss, but never fun to lose.
No, that's right. And actually, the draw would suit Levon more here. So if he is able to hold this position, if he is able to save it, we saw in his game against Magnus Carlsen on the first day, just holding that game, surviving a difficult position, gave him the impetus to go on and win a game. So for Levon, a draw here as black against one of his biggest rivals for those qualification spots, that would suit him. Oh, we have seen a very brave move by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's actually sacrificed the rook that was attacked.
Is that a mistake?
Maybe that's a mistake. I mean, I'm very, very surprised by that move.
I think he's missed something. I mean, because you have to remember that black is attacking one of White's rook, which does mean that he can perhaps do himself another rook sacrifice.
That's right. If we bring up the board, we can see what Levon is likely to do right now. Levon is attacking this rook, but capturing this rook right now would be a huge mistake. It would allow White to zoom his rook up to the top of the board, give a check, and remove the defender. This pawn is now going to become a queen. That is guaranteed. So Levon, instead, he should not rush. He should first capture this White pawn, give his rook up for this pawn. That pawn has been a thorn in his side for so long. And once that rook disappears, now he has time to capture his opponent's rook. But the problem is another pawn is going to try and promote. Suddenly...
it's like that monster you were telling me about. That when
Hydra.
The Hydra. I keep forgetting its name. You chop off the head and then another one appears.
You chop off one head, two heads grow back. Yeah, Levon Aronian, he can remove one of White's most dangerous pawns for White right now, but he would create another very dangerous pawn. Instead, he decides to postpone that decision. He just gives a check. I think that's just a good practical decision. When in doubt, just give a check, delay the critical moment as long as you can. He's just asking Maxime the question, where does White put his king?
Yeah, exactly, because you never know. You never know what people are capable. He could perhaps mouse slip the king to a wrong square, but OK, he takes a step backwards and he makes it clear that there is no problems.
That's right. So White's king is also worse placed now than it was last move. It's back on the back rank.
And Levon actually has to find this move. Rook takes the pawn. There's actually no other move, I think, to survive.
That's right. And he has found it. The black rook has captured that pawn. We will see a flurry of moves now shortly. Meanwhile, I do notice that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's playing in ideal conditions.
Yeah, it's perfect.
That's pretty much the best air quality you can hope for. That's maybe why he's been playing such strong chess in this game.
Yeah.
It's feeling fresh. All right, well, he is in the move now, going down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You said a flurry of moves would shortly come in here?
That's right. I think once he decides on his next move, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, then we'll see 2 or 3 moves happen instantly. At the moment, black's rook is attacked, white's rook is attacked. Lots of pieces will disappear. It's just about whether White can maintain one of those strong pawns on the board. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, his only winning chance is to promote one of those pawns, make it a new queen. And at the moment, he needs to decide, and he needs to decide quickly. I'm trying to figure out what he's contemplating. I would just capture that black rook with my bishop. Maybe he's also deciding whether to bring his other rook up and give check to the black king right at the top of the board.
But he can delay that decision for one. I don't quite see why the pause. Just take the rook. OK, he's done it. He's taken the rook. OK, now pawn takes rook. And now, yep, you see it, the Hydra. We saw one pass pawn, and now we have another one. And this one is very dangerous because, yes, it's two squares away. But what's really important here is that white actually controls the queening square. By the queening square is where the pawn is going to promote. And yeah, all white needs to do is get rid of that annoying black rook.
Yeah, black's rook is keeping an eye on that very strong white pawn. He's keeping an eye on it from behind. Rooks are especially well placed when they're behind past pawns. That's when they're most active. They can keep an eye on those pawns and do an active job at the moment. Black's rook is extremely good. It's cutting off the white king. White's king cannot step forward, and the black rook keeps an eye on that pawn. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian showing his endgame quality, bringing the black king closer towards the centre, closer towards the action. Next, he'll need to improve that black knight, which is a bit offside at the moment, a bit sidelined.
Yeah, and we have a tweet from Mayat Tinza Aung who says, MVL is going Dubov with all those sacrifices.
It's been inspired.
Yes, and if you want to get your tweet read out or you want to just connect with us and join in with the fun, please tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps.
And there we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just improve his rook slightly. Maybe he'll try and bring that rook across to the left side there to attack black's pawns. A very flexible move by Vachier-Lagrave. One thing I do notice, though, is that he was ahead for most of the time, for most of the game on the clock. But now Maxime is almost down to a minute. The nerves will start to jangle. And actually, we liked white's position the whole game pretty much. But suddenly black is a pawn up. Black does have a bit of leeway. If black can somehow make sure that that white pawn doesn't promote, then maybe the black pawns will start to run. Imagine if black's knight gets to the centre of the board and those pawns start to run. We could see a big turnaround. Yeah,
exactly. We definitely could. But so the question for black is how are they going to mobilise the knight and how are they going to mobilise those pawns? OK, pawns need to be pushed. And here they go.
That's right. That's why they exist, these pawns, to distract the opponent, to become new queens.
Yeah, and yeah, I really like this. What a race.
Yeah, that's right. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's ignoring that pawn that's just advanced. White's rook swings itself across. It's targeting now those black pawns. Levon has a decision. Do you allow those pawns to be captured or do you keep trying to push that pawn that you've just pushed? It's a very difficult decision. I would be very tempted to ignore that pawn that white is attacking with his rook right now. Allow that rook to distract itself and take that pawn. I think it's all about whether black can get his knight involved and get those pawns rolling.
Yeah. Now, both sides need to utilise the concept of teamwork, not just... it's kind of almost like this king. The black king almost has to be, like in football terms, a box-to-box player, both aggressive and defensive. Like, I can see it just ignoring the kind of action on the queen side and just coming towards the centre just to keep an eye on that pawn. And that allows the rook and the knight to get aggressive. Oh, but he has chosen to do a different way. So he has protected that pawn. And now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is just trying to win the pawn. He's kind of very insistent. I want to get my rook to help that pawn promote.
That's right. The white rook needs to help its own pawn. It is targeting a black pawn right now, and that pawn cannot be defended. So now Aronian... OK, he does take your advice, Jovanka. He does shuffle his king across. The black king will now actually deal with white's furthest advanced pawn. Black's king is going to do a very good job at that. But meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave so calm, just pushing a pawn forward in the corner there. We thought this would be a pawn race. We thought both sides would be trying to make new queens as quickly as possible. Maxime says, though, no. I'm just going to keep my pawns nice and safe. I'm going to take a time out. And Levon Aronian, he improves his king. Kings are such good pieces in the centre of the board in endgames.
Yeah.
Wow, OK, and the bar, I mean, even if it's only by 0.1 in the pawn advantage for Levon Aronian, it has got over to his side, and I don't think it's been there for the entire game, actually.
Yeah,
well,
shows the momentum is slightly shifting.
And now I really don't like this move that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has just played. He just grabbed a pawn, and I didn't like that move because I felt it didn't keep control of that fox in the box. I'm talking about that black pawn that could start advancing forward. But Levon has, in fact, moved the knight. So, yes, he's getting all his pieces ready for an attack.
That's right. So Jovanka was surprised by this knight retreat. We thought it was time to push these pawns forward. This pawn now is suddenly so dangerous. It's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. It's going to attack the white king shortly. This knight, however, is a bit trapped at the moment. It can't jump forward because the bishop is controlling this whole diagonal. Therefore, Levon decided, OK, it's time to bring the knight into the centre of the board, an octo knight. And we are seeing lots of trades now, lots of exchanges. Black's strong pawn has disappeared. White's strong pawn has disappeared. Could we be about to see a draw? Neither side has much material left. The Black Knight and the White Bishop will balance themselves, balance each other out. Okay, we see Vachier-Lagrave playing for the win. If he traded rooks, the game was, destined for a draw.
Yeah.
100% guarantee of that. Instead, White, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's keeping the rooks on the board. That being said, Black's Knight looks very good now.
Yes. Sometimes it's difficult to adjust because he knows he's been winning. He's felt that he has had a great position, and now the advantage is kind of gone, so he's just carrying on playing. Yeah. But we do have a question from Matt Anderson, David. He says, what are the moving white bars and yellow arrows on the other games at the bottom?
That's a very good question. And yeah, thank you, Matt, for asking. Those white bars, the white arrow, the purple bar, the white arrow, it's basically a replica of this bar in our game, but it just shows the evaluation of the others. So if the white arrow heads towards the left, it means that white is doing very well in that game. If it heads towards the right, it means that black is doing very well. If it's in the middle, the game is roughly balanced.
And if it says 1-0, it means the game is over. And we see that Daniil Dubov has beaten Giri. Daniil, who lost against Magnus Carlsen in the first round of the day, and Giri, who won his game in the first round, now lost. So Giri, again in trouble on the table.
And Daniil Dubov, he's so good with the white pieces. We saw him close to a draw with Magnus Carlsen as black, but with white, he seems to be... it's just unstoppable. He managed to beat David Anton yesterday and now beat Giri again with white. And meanwhile, in this game, we have seen a couple of pawns leave the board. White is now actually a pawn up. Vachier-Lagrave is a pawn ahead, but black's pieces are so active. Black's king, black's knight, and that black rook will soon zoom down to give check to the white king. I think there's just not enough pieces left on the board. This one should fizzle out to a draw.
Yeah.
All right, well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been fighting for a win in this game. Didn't quite go his way. Aronian just, again, so strong and just confidence and fighting himself out of trouble again.
Yeah, he's just proven himself very resourceful. I must admit, I thought that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had it in the bag, especially with such a beautiful pawn. But he managed, what can I say? Aronian managed to neutralise Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's attack.
Yeah, not the first time he's defended a difficult position, and that's the sign of a real champion, when they can get results, they can get draws, they can get wins when they're not playing their best.
And they are still playing moves, but do they both now realise that, shortly it's going to just be a draw?
I think Maxime on the left, you can see in the camera, he's a bit frustrated. He's just kind of resigned himself to the fact that there's not much to play for, and actually we will see a draw immediately now. White is giving lots of checks with the rook. The black king is running away, and we'll just see a repetition of the position 3 times.
And there we have it.
And that's a draw.
It is a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Aronian, 2 of the very top players in the world. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is struggling a little bit. He did lose 1 game yesterday, so he needed to get a win. Aronian is still very strong in the top, fighting in the preliminaries in the Airthings Masters. So not devastating for any of them, but I do think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave really wanted the victory here.
Yeah, missed opportunity, and Aronian, he'll be much happier with that draw.
All right, well, it's getting very interesting now. Six rounds have been played in the preliminaries. That means that only 5 remain now, actually, Jovanka. So the players must be feeling the heat now.
Yeah, they must certainly be feeling that heat, because you have to remember 4 of the players will be eliminated. Only 8 will go through to the quarterfinals. So they have to start scoring. They can't just play it safe. They need to get motoring and secure their spot in the top.
Very shortly, we will be joined by the Chief Executive Officer of Airthings, Øyvind Birkenes. How much does the air quality actually mean for the players? How does it affect them? And then in the next round, in the 7th round, we will follow the game between Magnus Carlsen, who started winning now, against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who needs to be fighting to qualify for the quarterfinals. All right, so we have so much interesting stuff coming up in the 7th round, but we're so excited now to be talking very shortly to Øyvind Birkenes of Airthings to talk about the air quality. We did see David Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's air quality. That was perfect.
Yeah, it was pretty perfect. And on the flip side, Giri, his air quality yesterday, we haven't seen it today, but yesterday maybe did affect him. That's maybe why he had a couple of bad results.
And we do now have Øyvind joining us, I think, from his cabin. Hi, Øyvind.
Hello. Yes, I'm up in the mountains in Hemsedal in the middle of Norway right now.
Nice. Celebrating Christmas, I suppose, then.
Yes.
Very nice. And how is the air quality up in the mountain? That must be perfect.
Yeah, outside at least, but inside it tends to be bad. I see even now here where I'm sitting, it's a little bit high CO2 levels already. So yeah, no, and need to monitor for it and make sure you have fresh air also inside.
Definitely. And I want to ask you, because you are the Chief Executive Officer of Airthings, why did Airthings decide to partner up with the Champions Chess Tour?
We saw it as a great opportunity. I mean, we are a company full of really technologists, scientists, a lot of people very interested in chess as well. And what we see I mean, we are indoor air quality specialists, and what we see is that people spend 90% of the time indoors. And what research shows now is that the air quality affects not only our health, but also our cognitive performance, our well-being and sleep, and so many factors. And for sure, when it comes to cognitive performance, it's a very big effect being a chess player. So we thought this is a very interesting cooperation.
It's definitely so interesting. We think it's so much fun in the studio here to keep a track of the air quality of the players. And do you think actually it affects them? Because we have seen air quality drop a little bit throughout the day. They're sitting at home in the same room the entire day. Do you think it actually affects how good they are playing?
I mean, it's certainly, I mean, all the research shows that it has an effect. And pretty big effect when CO2 levels, for example, raise above 1,000 ppm. And I saw some of the data here from Pentala, Harikrishna, and Anish Giri, which, yeah, it's surprising that they sit for very high CO2 levels and also very high temperatures that also affects the cognitive function and the way you can react quickly and make right decisions. But I have seen also Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They are actually been able to keep the air quality very well and pretty aired out the rooms and have good fresh air where they're playing.
And because the players are so lucky, and we're also in the studio very lucky, we have one of these monitors. And when we see the air quality go down, is it just to open a window and it's good, or what sort of things can you do to actually improve your air quality?
Yeah, what's very important is to make sure that the air exchange in your room happens regularly, so that the air is not standing still, but it's exchanged with fresh air. And of course, yeah, you can do that sometimes by opening a window, but if it's super cold or super warm outside, that's not very nice. So usually you would have like a ventilation system that helps you with this, but it also helps, like if you see the CO2 levels are very high, just to air out for like a minute, that replaces the air in the room and gives a very good effect and kind of keep the CO2 levels down.
And I think actually we do have this monitor in the studio monitoring the air quality here, and I think we have the data for it, and I haven't seen it so far, so I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, even so we see that CO2 level is 443. Let's take that for it. Is that a good CO2 level for us in the studio here?
That's excellent. That's probably why you guys have such positive energy and are smiling and talking so well, because yeah, that's perfect. That's almost like outside.
Wow. Okay. Nice. And I'm actually feeling it. It's nice to be in the studio here. But we see a yellow ring around the humidity. Is it 28.5%? What's your evaluation of that?
It's a little bit dry, so it's not a big problem. But if it gets kind of below 20%, it's you will feel it. It's way too dry. You get dry skin, dry throats, and yeah, it's also not good for transmitting viruses. So the virus transmission risk increase if it gets very dry as well.
That's very interesting. And I have been, I don't know if you heard, but I have been coughing a little bit, so I need to talk about now I know why. And actually, we also see the temperature is at 19 degrees Celsius, it says. It is a little bit colder because we have a lot of technical equipment. Would you recommend it to be a little bit warmer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, 21 degrees is probably more kind of a nicer temperature, but again, you have probably high energy, you have light sources and a lot of stuff going on there. So it keeps you awake at least being at 19 degrees.
That's
but by
true.
the way, when you sleep, the optimum temperature is actually 17 degrees.
Oh, is that true? Wow. Yeah. Okay, so many good advices here. And you mentioned actually the pandemic as well. Measuring air quality must be just getting more and more important as we're getting to know these pandemics.
Yes, absolutely. We see a lot. There's even new regulations going on in Germany, in the Netherlands, for schools, that they monitor the air quality inside schools. Because what we see is if the air quality gets bad or poor in a classroom, or in a meeting room, or in an office environment, the risk of transmitting viruses increase a lot. And the reason for that is that the air exchange rate gets low, or the air is not exchanged fast enough. So what I breathe in is probably somebody else breathing out, and that we can measure kind of the rate of that happening. So that's very clear that kind of what we see now is that when the air quality is poor, if the CO2 levels are high, it actually affects the virus transmission risk, or also transmitting of bacteria even to a very high degree.
And I mean, we've heard you say for chess players maybe having a ventilation system. Nowadays, everybody seems to have a home office. Would you have one tip for everyone, one tip for the chess players on how to get the perfect air quality?
Yeah, I would really, some of these players, they really need to air out their location. And I even see Wesley So, I guess he is in Minneapolis, is it so, in the US? Yeah, I think so at least. But I see he has also very high radon gas, higher levels of radon, which is the kind of leading cause of lung cancer. So he should certainly air out and get in place on systems to get the better air in his place. But in general, it's most important before the game, air out the room very well before the game starts. That's going to help them all.
Great tips from you there, Eivind. And finally, judging by the air quality that you are following, who is the favorite to win the Airthings Masters, you think?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for me, being from Norway, to say anybody else than Mr. Carlsen.
Mr. Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen, his air quality is still looking good. Thank you so much for joining us, Eivind. Enjoy your time at your cabin.
Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. All right, we're so happy to have Airthings joining us as a partner in the Champions Chess Tour. Now, Eivind gave us some great tips for improving our air quality. Now it's the chess players' turn to give us some tip on how to improve our chess skills.
I think you have to do it consistently. Slowly but surely you'll see yourself progress, but you need some patience.
Have fun playing chess. If you don't have fun, it's not worth it.
You should find a basic chess book, and then you should learn the chess notation. There are 64 squares on the board, so you should learn the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 notation.
All these exciting books like Nimzovich My System. There are like 60 favorable games by Fischer.
Chess Openings, Traps, and Zaps by Bruce Pandolfini.
The first things you should think of is checks and captures. And it's an easy thing to forget. But once you have that sort of installed in your brain, you will automatically play quite a bit better.
Don't blunder. Even at the very highest level, games a lot of the time are decided by blunders. And at the beginner's level, it's just 100% of games are decided by blunders. So just don't blunder and you immediately would be a very, very advanced player. But it's easier said than done.
What's your best tip, David?
Ooh, normally I would say those checks and captures, as Magnus Carlsen mentioned, but he forgot his own advice. Yesterday he didn't look for that check and he missed a winning move.
That's true.
Checks and captures, though, for everyone at home starting chess.
Definitely not as easy as it looks, and it's time to take a look at the standings in the Champions, the Airthings Masters, the first major in the Champions Chess Tour after 6 rounds. And this is what the 6th round ended up like. We did, again, have a lot of draws, but Daniil Dubov Jovanka, he was able to strike back after losing against Magnus. He beat Anish Giri, and Anish Giri again feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, he's back to where he started with Anish, poor Anish, but Dubov certainly getting a much-needed victory. Also, just for the moral and the psychological status, he really need that. He came out hungry, and yep, definitely a favourite.
And this is the standings then after those 6 rounds. Only 5 rounds remain in the preliminaries of the Airthings Masters. All right, we do have the results again. Daniil Dubov, as we said, beat Anish Giri, but it is actually now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on 3.5 points in top of the table. So tight here now.
So tight, and also, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the 2 players at the bottom, Anish Giri and Pentala Harikrishna, they had the worst egg quality.
I know, I was going to say that.
Very interesting.
CO2 levels very bad, they said. So.
And here we have it. It is David Anton and Anish Giri in bottom of the table, and Pentala Harikrishna and also Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now outside those top 8 to qualify for the quarterfinals. All right. Let's now look at what the next round will look like. We are heading into round 7, and Anish Giri, he is going to play David Anton. And Anish Giri, he really needs to get a win. Next game in round 7 will be between Alexander Grishok and Daniil Dubov. Very interesting there. And Daniil Dubov winning his last game. Then Hikaru Nakamura, he's going to play Pentala Harikrishna. Probably going for a win there, the American. And then Jan Nepomniachtchi against Timur Rajabov. And then we also have Levon Aronian playing Wesley So. But the game that we will focus on is the game between Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who really, really needs to start winning now, David, because he is now right outside the top 8 who will qualify for quarterfinals.
That's right. I think this game is the perfect choice because they both want to win. Magnus Carlsen hasn't been at his best so far. Vachier-Lagrave just outside of those playoff places. I think we'll see both players throwing everything at each other.
And again, Jovanka, 2 players who faced each other so many times.
Yeah, they are old rivals and old friends as well. So definitely will be very interesting. And like David says, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave really needs to win. And yeah, I think the last encounter, it was Maxim Vachier-Lagrave who came out triumphant.
That's right. Actually, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave recently in online chess has a great score against Magnus Carlsen. He's been one of Magnus Carlsen's nemesis for the last few months, and actually we see an opening already that shows the fighting spirit that that will happen on the board. We do see that Magnus Carlsen has opened in a way that he normally doesn't. He's targeting Maxim Vachier-Lagrave's favourite opening. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is famous for the Grunfeld defence, a very counter-attacking opening. Maxim, he's been playing this for 20 years. He's been very loyal. He always plays the same opening every time. And Magnus Carlsen, he says, OK, I'm going to surprise you. And we have seen an early trade of queens. The queens have left the board already, but Magnus Carlsen, we've seen it before. He's so good in those endgames. He ground out a victory against Daniil Dubov, and he's going to try and do the same in this game.
Yeah, he absolutely is. You know, you can see that Harry, the H pawn, the pawn on the right-hand side has made its appearance. Yeah, no, I really agree with you there. He's definitely going to play to his strengths, you know, because Magnus has been so magnificent in the endgame. Why not play to your own strengths and take the game into something that you're super comfortable with? And you can see him there. I just really like what Magnus has done, especially with those black pawns on the right side board, which are conveniently on dark squares, blocking in its own bishop.
That's right. If we bring up the analysis board right now, we can see why we both slightly prefer White's chances. We do like what Magnus Carlsen's been doing. A few moves ago, we did see this pawn jump forward, trying to open up this line for the rook behind it. This pawn trying to open up lines. Black said no. Maxim said no. I'm blocking everything up. But these pawns now, they're all on the same colour, meaning that Black's bishop is not a happy bunny right now. This Black bishop is trapped behind a wall of its own pawns. And again, Black's pawns on this side, most of them are on dark squares. This bishop will have much less scope later on. If White can plant a piece on some of the weaknesses, on some of the light squares around those pawns, White will be doing great. That being said, the queens have left the board. We won't be going for checkmate. The players will be playing for slow, kind of strategic advantages. They'll just be trying to accumulate a square here or a very strong pawn there, and together that might add up into something.
Yeah, I think we saw it before, you know, how Magnus is so expert at just picking out those little advantages. And like you say, I think White's king is slightly better placed, even though it's a little bit odd there in the centre. It will move on to greener pastures. That's exactly the square that I think it's going to go to, and where it manages to connect the rooks. The bishops have very good, and then we see the knights getting manoeuvred right to the edge of the board. Now, this is something that we've never really approved of, but the knight does have a plan, because you don't move a knight there at the edge of the board for nothing. It has to go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw Magnus Carlsen. He broke some rules earlier on in the tournament. He put his knight on the edge of the board, but the knight is always fine there as long as it's going to a better square. And that knight move does have an idea behind it. If we bring up the board, we can see what Magnus Carlsen's plan is. It's very mysterious, this knight retreat, but his idea is to trade a set of bishops. Next move as White, he will bring his bishop forward. He will try and trade off Black's bishop here. If he can remove those light squared bishops, earlier we mentioned Black's dark squared bishop is very, very blocked in behind its own pawns. White is just trying to go for that favourable exchange of minor pieces. Bishops and knights, they're so tricky. And there we go, Magnus Carlsen, he does play that move. Next one, he wants to trade off these pieces. Very deep strategic ideas from Magnus Carlsen. Remember, he does like to attack, but he's equally good in these kind of long, slow strategic games.
No, I really like that. It's like swapping off the queens in order, bishops, in order to get control over certain squares. I mean, I just really like it, and it just shows his class. And we do actually have a question from Nebi, who says, what's better when learning chess, playing a lot or reading chess books a lot? And then he proceeds to compliment our commentary. So thank you very much, Nebi. So reading books or other means?
Ooh, we can have a vote, Jovanka, in a moment. Personally, I think at the start, playing a lot is the key. But it's not just playing a lot. You always have to figure out where you went wrong. It's natural to lose games. Jovanka and I, we've lost hundreds of games in our lives, thousands of games probably, but we've learnt from every single one. So playing is a great tool. Obviously, though, reading, you pick up some great tips. There's some great books out there. Yeah. There's also some great websites, Chess24, Chessable. Chessable also have interactive video courses on books.
Exactly.
Which kind of make the whole process much, much easier.
Yeah, and what I really like about Chessable is that it uses the science of spaced repetition. So, you know, it will pinpoint your strengths and your weaknesses, and it will detect your weaknesses and kind of make you rehearse them 3 times. 3 times is apparently the magic number. And just by spacing it out, you actually remember it more. Because apparently, if you remember something and then you forget it, and then you re-remember it, it actually stays in your mind.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, actually. Sometimes, from my own experience reading books, I mean, it can be interesting. Sometimes you just lose a bit of focus. But on sites like Chessable, you'll be playing through things. If you get it wrong, if you lose focus, you're forced to repeat it 100 times more.
Yeah, 3 times. 3 times. 3 times is the magic number.
For me, I need 100.
Is it with chess like in... Well, maybe we should take the moves first, because I do see there's been 2 moves since last time.
Yes, and Magnus Carlsen, he's following our plan. He did offer that trade of light squared bishops. Remember that Black's worst piece is that dark squared bishop. Black's dark squared bishop is completely blocked in at the moment. So if Magnus, if he can trade off everything and leave Maxime just with that bad bishop, then White will have great winning chances. Maxime has to hope that he keeps the right pieces on the board, that somehow that bishop gets active later on. Personally, I think this position is fantastic for White, but there aren't that many pieces left on the board. So
already,
if we do see a few more trades, I mean, the queens have left, a set of knights have left. If another set of bishops have traded, if the knights disappear as well, then Maxime will be feeling much better about his chances.
Yeah, I agree with you, David. I really like this position. I like this so much. And, you know, that pawn that is on the right side of the board for White is actually an asset. OK, it looks alone, but it has, like, such a nice clumping manoeuvre influence, I mean. And, yeah, I just really like what he's done with trying to trade off those light squared bishops and just maximise the pieces. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, and the problem, I think, for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is that it's very, very hard for Black to win this type of position. The pawns, they're almost symmetrical. That means that neither side can create a passed pawn. It won't be about getting a pawn to the end of the board. And other than that, how is Black ever going to win this game? Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, he's the only one who can take advantage of Black's worst placed piece, that dark squared bishop. I think all of the winning chances are with White's side. maybe a draw is the most likely result, but Magnus Carlsen, he's playing without risk. And Maxime, he'll need to start winning soon if he wants to qualify for the top 8.
Definitely. And I was going to ask you, talking about, your tips for getting better at chess. And in many sports, you hear that you need 10,000 hours of training before you're going to be in the top. Is it like that with chess as well? 10,000 hours is the magic number.
Yes, I think there is definitely some truth in that, but there's also kind of this access to information. You need to absorb the information as well, because judging by, I'm not quite sure about this 10,000 hours, because by using that logic, maybe an older person who would be 70 or something would have paid 10,000 would suddenly become a grandmaster, and that doesn't tend to happen. But I think it's just about using the information, because now we see 12-year-olds becoming grandmasters, and they certainly haven't got their 10,000 hours in. So it's just using the information, having the right coaches. I do know that CoChess, someone that Chess24 and Chess will work with, they hire out coaches, and they're giving lectures out every evening. And it's just using the information and interpreting it and remembering it.
Yeah, and actually, for those of you at home who are beginners, who are just learning the moves, maybe watching this broadcast is one of your first experiences in chess. CoChess website, go to it, check it out. There are classes every evening during this tournament. Some coaches, some very established coaches as well, for, I think, quite a bargain price. They're giving group lectures, and actually, for the advanced players, I'll be giving a masterclass on a couple of evenings as well.
Yeah, okay. I know I'm going to be signing into that.
Yeah, we'll just be explaining our thoughts and different topics, and also just how we improve. And you can ask us anything. It will be interactive.
Wow. Okay, we do hear some moves coming out. I see the rook has moved, still kind of blocked in here, but...
Yeah, Magnus, I'm not sure he will be too happy that he had to play his last move, but it was a necessary decision. If we bring up the board, we can see Magnus's idea with that very mysterious rook move. He brought his rook here just to defend this pawn. So now he's freed up his bishop. His bishop is no longer tied to this pawn. I would expect to see Magnus Carlsen, okay, he has moved this bishop forward. Next, he will kick this black knight away from his half of the board. He will kick this knight away.
Oh, but look at the bar now.
Okay, I think the bar will just reevaluate. It will recenter itself shortly. I think Magnus Carlsen, he's doing a great job. It will be about this knight. His knight wants to, his knight wants to jump to a better square. If it can land on this square, that will be a beautiful outpost. It can never get kicked away for the rest of the game. Black will not be able to challenge that knight. So a bit of a long journey, but White needs to improve this piece.
All right, and Magnus Carlsen's air quality is good, but not as good as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It seems that the 23 degrees Celsius is the right temperature. Magnus's room was a little bit too warm, it seemed there. And he moved his knight.
That's right. I think he's heading on that long knight maneuver that I just mentioned. It will take two or three more moves, but if White can improve that knight, it will dominate that black bishop. Black's dark squared bishop. It's so sad right now, blocked in by its own pawns. The rest of the position, though, is roughly balanced, so it's all about that bad bishop for Black.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see both sides mobilising. Is there a chance that this position will end in a draw? Because we have a fantastic question from Jonathan Tisdall. It says, just at the risk of irrational debate, but isn't the draw percentage of Rapid starting to look classical? We've seen an incredible amount of draws this tournament so far.
That's right. I think players, they're just warming up maybe after Christmas. That's my that's my excuse for them on their behalf. Also, Jonathan Tisdall, Grandmaster. We've got Grandmasters watching us. That's that's an honour. Yeah, there's a lot of draws so far, but the beauty of this format is there will be knockout chess when draws, they won't be enough for some of the players.
Yeah, definitely. Because you do have to remember, 8 of the players will go on to the quarterfinals. 4 of the players will be eliminated. So perhaps we're going to see a little bit more caution here whilst the players kind of secure their spot. But quarterfinals, semi-finals, well, you will see that it gets cutthroat.
Exactly. We'll see players kind of in must-win situations all the time. We'll be pushing them to their limits. Don't worry about that.
But do you think Anish... No, not Anish. Maxime, I asked you this earlier, but do you think Maxime now is sort of thinking about the tournament situation and maybe will fight harder for a win than he usually would, knowing that he is right now outside the top 8?
I think for the rest of the games, that will be the case. In this game, Maxime, he is on the defensive, and I don't think there's going to be any chance that he'll beat the world champion as Black here. I think he'll just be trying to hold this game. He'll think, OK, I'm Black, I'm playing the world champion. I'm not in great form. Let's just hold this one and then throw everything at it in the final round today and tomorrow.
All right. Well, they're playing quite fast so far. 28 moves and neither of them under 10 minutes. I mean, Maxim's played very fast.
Yes. I'm surprised by the speed of Maxim's moves. Personally, I would be terrified in this position as black against Magnus Carlsen. Queen's off the board, bad bishop. Yeah, lots of factors favour white right now.
Yeah, definitely. I just really love what he's doing. He's really showing why he is an endgame virtuoso. But on the subject of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, like thinking about the tournament situation, I actually think that's a common psychological mistake to consider the tournament situation. Because at the minute we're in day two, it's not necessarily critical. And I have this kind of philosophy, do what needs to be done. And the position right here says grovel, so therefore grovel. Don't be too proud to admit that. And once you've survived, then you can perhaps be thinking about, OK, my position is OK now, maybe I can start pushing. But it's just so important to be completely objective.
Yeah, there will be other moments to take risks when he has a better position against maybe less scary opposition. I mean, there's plenty of games left. There's 4 rounds left after this one, so he will be able to make his move. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get knocked out of the running by losing this game.
And it is so tight now after the 6 rounds as well, so anything can happen for anyone, really.
That's right. And meanwhile, we have seen some developments, actually. Magnus Carlsen, he finally managed to get that knight, the white knight, to that beautiful square that I mentioned earlier. Maxime, he's played cleverly. He's tried to trade off that knight with his own. And Magnus Carlsen says, OK, you can trade it off, but there will be consequences. There will be consequences. And if we bring up the analysis board, we can see just the tension here. It's very hard to maintain for black. For example, if you get sick of this white knight on this beautiful outpost, you can trade it off. But after white captures, giving check, the black king only has 1 square, it's forced to retreat. Suddenly you have to worry about many things. For example, white's rook could enter the position, could enter the black camp. Later on, white has a beautiful square for this king in the middle of the board. Meanwhile, white's bishop is on the opposite colour of its pawns. This is what you always want to achieve. The white bishop controls the dark squares, the pawns control the light squares. Meanwhile, black's bishop is like a big pawn. It's just doing nothing. It's doing the same job as a pawn would, just locked in behind its own foot soldiers. So I think this would be a good transition for Magnus Carlsen. Maxime, he just has to find another useful move instead, but it's not obvious which one.
But interestingly enough, I'm just looking at the computer assessment. It does actually say that black's best move
to trade
the knights, which is completely, it goes against the kind of thinking, because we would never allow the white rook to get so far into the enemy position, and that would just be something that we just automatically rule out.
So you don't think actually Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will at all
whoa,
play?
hang on a second.
He did play
He has in fact taken the knight.
Wow.
So yeah, he was very brave and allowed that rook to get, well, it's going to allow that rook to get to the beautiful line.
Yeah, and that's why these players are so good. They know when to follow conventional wisdom and they know when to break the rules. They know when to make those exceptions. And maybe here, just the fact that that strong white knight disappears, that's enough to justify black's decision. Remember that if the bishops and if the rooks disappear from the board, king and pawn endgames, they will be a draw unless either side can create a very strong pawn. So Maxime, he's just hoping that he can trade off those rooks and trade off the bishops, maybe. Meanwhile, OK, white's rook is in the enemy territory. White's rook is in the black side of the board, but it is getting kicked back and has to retreat right now.
Oh, and look at the bar. Is it going to swing back, or did... OK, it's going to swing back.
I think it will swing back slightly. It's still on white's side.
I need to teach myself to just wait a second before I get excited about the bar.
I think all chess players get excited. It's like in football. You see the score, you see things happening. It's natural to get excited. Meanwhile, Magnus, he has retreated his rook. I would expect to see Maxime decide now, do you trade off the rooks as well? But black is still cramped. Black's king is very passive on its start square, actually, and black's bishop is still terrible.
Yeah, no, there was actually a brilliant tweet, but in the context of Carlsen beating Dubov in round 1 today, where it says, unbelievable endgame play by Magnus Carlsen. And it looks like It might be the same thing today. And we, again, someone else who is impressed by Magnus Carlsen is Juanjo Villalba, who says Magnus Carlsen looks decided to win all.
Yes, he's already got the World Championship title in classical rapid and blitz. He still wants he wants more. He wants the Airthings Masters.
Exactly. He wants to be a champion of the chess tour.
And well, actually, this is a great picture actually of these two sitting next to each other. It could quite possibly be the two next players in the World Chess Championship. I mean, obviously Magnus Carlsen will play it, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave leading in the candidates.
Yeah, and I'd feel some personal pride there. They're both born in 1990, the same year as you and me, Kaya.
Yeah.
And I grew up playing against these guys in these World Under-10 Championships, World Under-12 Championships. And now here they are, both at the top of, well, at the pinnacle of world chess.
Yeah. Seems like there was something in the water in 1990.
Something in the air.
Something in the air.
I genuinely believe it was the rise of technology just at the right time in their careers, in our careers. But it's also, we have that old school mentality of learning from books. You have to learn in every way. I think the modern generation, maybe the reason they haven't caught up, like the very youngest players yet, is because it's all about technology. You need a bit of both. You need the books, you need the old school teaching. Lots of things.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, one of the most interesting philosophies that I've seen is actually from the Chinese. And the way it works is that once players reach a certain age, they're kind of encouraged to become trainers. So they then share their knowledge with the younger ones. And so the younger ones get absolutely everything. They get the mentors, they get the books, and they get, of course, the modern technology where they can practice everything. And I just think that's such a fascinating concept. Can you imagine being kind of encouraged to retire at your peak and share your information that you have?
It's very maybe non-Western philosophy to do that.
Yeah.
But in some sports that happens. I mean, players, they hit 30 years old and it's all downhill from there. That's how I feel sometimes. But OK, meanwhile, the rooks have left the board, and Magnus Carlsen, you notice what he's doing here. White, he's putting all of his pawns on light squares. His bishop will control the dark squares. Meanwhile, nearly all of black's pawns are on dark squares. He needs to keep out the white king. White's king is trying to enter the position. It's more active than its counterpart right now. If white can get his king in to the black side of the board, to the black half, then white will win. If Maxime just has to sit and wait and play a waiting game. He has to hope that he's built up a fortress, an impenetrable fortress. I think we'll just see Maxime shuffle his king left and right.
I agree with you. I think that he's going to shuffle left, right. And the one good thing about these bad bishops is they make excellent defenders.
Yeah, black's bishop is extremely ugly, but it's holding things together.
It is doing it, yeah. And you know, the white king just cannot penetrate. And I don't think the white bishop has too many diagonals to start entering. So I think the game will peter out into a draw.
You called it a big pawn, didn't you, that black bishop? He needs to grow up if it wants to be in the game here.
Definitely wants to grow up. That being said, white's bishop is beautiful. It doesn't have any targets. Black's pawns are all on dark squares, pretty much, but they are held together by its own bishop.
Oh,
and
has it grown up?
It's grown up.
Ah.
It's become a man.
Or a woman.
Or a woman, yes.
Yes.
True. Yeah, that bishop now is slightly more active than it was. It does look difficult for Magnus Carlsen to bring his king into the black side of the board. Now he's had to retreat with his king. It's so close to being a beautiful position for white. It is a beautiful position for white, but sometimes if your opponent's army is set up in the right formation, there's just no way to break through. And that must be extremely frustrating for Magnus Carlsen.
So we did see in the first game with Magnus and Dubov that it looked like a draw, it looked like a draw, it looked like a draw, and then Magnus did manage to win that game. Is it even harder for him now to find a win in this position?
It's even harder this time, for sure. At least against Dubov, he had an extra pawn. It wasn't much for most of the game, but eventually it became very important. Here, the material is equal. So his only advantage, Magnus Carlsen, is that he has a better bishop than his opponent. And he has a better pawn structure. So it just, maybe that won't be enough. It's not quite as decisive as a material advantage. And there we see Maxime. He's just going to shuffle his king and say to Magnus, how are you going to break through? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Magnus will try, but...
Yes. But we have Naki who agrees with you. He says, Magnus versus MVL looks a dead draw. The white king can't get to black territory, it seems. So it's certainly a difficult task.
Yeah, that's right. So White's king trying to find a different route in. It's tried to go through the middle. It got blocked off. Black's pawns just holding the fort there. Now he's trying to enter on the left, but his own pawns are going to block his entry on that side, the White king. Yeah, this is
it's looking hard for Magnus Carlsen, and Black king just
holding its ground.
Yeah, we have seen one game end in a draw. It's actually quite a long time ago. Wesley So and Levon Aronian played a draw after only, I think, maybe 10 minutes or so. So Wesley So, he's only been by playing chess today for 15 minutes or so after 3 rounds. Very, very fast draws for Wesley So far. Yeah. And maybe this one too. Not a fast draw, but a draw.
And actually, it looks like the players have agreed to draw.
There it is.
I thought Magnus would try for the next 10, 15 moves at least, but clearly there's just no way in for the White king.
And we've actually seen after every game Magnus has played here, he has been sitting by his computer for a few minutes afterwards, looking over it. The other players, his opponents, have just left it. So he is somehow looking for something, it seems, today.
Yeah, I think he will be running through his game with a computer engine just to see whether there was anything he missed. Maybe were there any opening improvements, or just, you know, just for his own peace of mind.
But it is comfortable now for Magnus Carlsen. He has 4 points. That one win he had in round 1 against Daniel Dubov was super important. He should now feel a little bit of comfortable that he is going to qualify for quarterfinals. Definitely not over, but he is in top of the table right now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, on the other hand, he needs to start winning, no doubt about that.
Yes, he definitely needs to start winning, because there has been a lot of draws. That's the thing, and that's kind of a good thing in a way, because it does mean that when you start winning, well, your points start to matter much more and more.
How do you think Magnus is feeling now, David?
I think he'll be frustrated in a way. He's still not quite at his best. Yes, he managed to win against Dubov, but it wasn't kind of the forceful victory that we're used to from the world champion. He had to really dig deep, and he got a bit lucky at the end. So Magnus, he'll still be wanting to gain momentum as the games go on, as the days roll on. He'll save it, though, for the knockouts. He always brings it when it matters.
Exactly. And 4 games is still running in round 7, and we will now follow the game between Alexander Grishuk and Daniel Dubov. All Russian encounter. And what is this looking like, David?
This one is extremely tense.
Wow.
This one, there's so many pawns still on the board. Every pawn pretty much is on the board. There's only been 1 trade of pawns right now. Both kings as well, nicely tucked away. For me, this is a fascinating battle. It's between kind of the old guard of the Russian school of chess. Alexander Grishuk, he's been at the top there for, 20-odd years now. And Daniel Dubov, he represents the new generation. Both players, such deep understanding and geniuses in their own way. I prefer Black, though. And if we bring up the analysis board, we can see why Black's position, why Daniel Dubov's position is better. And remember, chess is all about the centre. It's like football. The centre is the midfield. If you control the midfield, you control the centre, it's easier to attack on either flank. And Black has extra central control. These pawns control some very important squares. Meanwhile, White's last move, White's last couple of moves have just been to wait. White's rook now very blocked in. He's waiting for Black to open things up. The only way Black can win is to push one of these pawns forward. He needs to open up lines for these bishops. But meanwhile, Alexander Grishuk, he's going to play the waiting game, just like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did. He's just going to hope that there's no way to break through for Black.
But look at the clocks.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Alexander Grishuk, 2.5 minutes. Daniel Dubov, over 11 minutes. Wow.
But we have to say one thing. Alexander Grishuk is famous for being a time travel addict. This is not unusual for him. But yeah, it is worrying.
It is worrying. Actually, I played Alexander Grishuk last year in a classical over-the-board game. So we each had 2 hours for the whole, 2 hours for the first 40 moves. After 15 moves, we both had 1 minute left. Both of us, we like to spend time, waste time.
Who won that game?
I managed to win, but...
Yay!
Thank you.
Impressive.
But, yeah, it was a very close, a very tense, nervy match. And... I think for him, he's a perfectionist, and that is a good thing most of the time in chess, but it can come back to bite him. He's always looking for the best move, when sometimes he just needs to find those moves which work 80-90% of the time. He doesn't need to find the best move always, and maybe that's held him back from becoming the world champion. And White's last move there shows that he has nothing to do. He's just waiting with his rook. White's pieces are just on the defensive, trying to hold things together and make a fortress. I think Daniel Dubov, he needs to find a way to break through.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous, doesn't it, for Black? It's totally Just look at White's pieces all kind of huddled there on the bottom right of the board. There's no space whatsoever.
The White King, the White Bishop,
yeah,
the two
exactly,
rooks.
and the two rooks as well. It's very rare to see a rook
blocked by its own pawns.
Blocked by its own pawns. And then that's quite, it's so super not happy. It would be, it's asking for some open lines. And unfortunately, Grishuk cannot deliver on that front. Yeah, it's just... I know even Dubov can himself play a waiting game as well and just move around and wait for the right moment to come and open the position, just to give those two bishops some beautiful diagonals.
Yeah, I definitely think Dubov, I mean, this one is blocked, but he will be trying to win this one. He'll look at his opponent's clock. Grishuk is facing not only a passive position, he's facing, an 8-minute deficit. He's facing a very, very ambitious opponent in Daniil Dubov, who will try and squeeze things out if he can. Black's rook, meanwhile, just shuffling across. He's looking for that break in the centre. I mentioned those central pawns.
Yeah.
One of those pawns will push.
Yeah.
It just depends whether it's sooner or later.
And we have actually a question from Janser, who says, is there any qualification to play Airthings Champion Chess? So was there any qualifications? How did the players get chosen?
Yeah, so 8 of the players were, they did qualify through the Skilling Open, so the first leg of the Champions Chess Tour. The others, David Anton, he was voted in by popular demand.
Yes.
And the 3 others, I think they're just there on merit, but I think...
Among them, these two. Daniil Dubov and Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah, these two are wildcards, yeah.
So, very good wildcards. They are chosen in because they are definitely some of the strongest players in the world.
Yes, no, I love it. And then some of the most unconventional ones as well. So it's like a win-win chess scenario.
And we did talk to Daniil Dubov and Jan Nepomniachtchi together yesterday about this Russian force of chess. They're just so good. Alexander Grishuk and Daniil Dubov, obviously, both Russian. Is the relationship between them as good as it seemed to be between Daniil and Jan?
As far as I know, yes. I mean, they've both been members of the Russian team, and I'm sure they support each other when they're teammates. But when they're across the board, they'll be trying to win. They'll be trying to kill each other. Also, that previous tweet asking about qualification for this tournament, I think actually in future events, there might be more qualification places up. I know in the first event, the Skilling Open, there was the Banter Blitz Cup on Chess24. I got knocked out very early on, unfortunately, but I think Peter Svidler qualified from that one for the, for the Skilling Open. So there are ways, but we love to see the top players in the world fight it out.
Definitely. And this is an intense battle. So many pieces still on the board, even after 33 moves.
Yeah, and actually, Stockfish here, the computer, does think that this is the moment for Daniil Dubov to push forward with one of those pawns. Actually, either of those pawns looks like a good move right now. The pawns I highlighted earlier, Black controls the centre with those pawns. It's time to open lines. Black has bishops, and bishops want open lines. They don't want a block position. Daniil Dubov, though, chooses instead to wait. He just shuffles his queen across. I think that's influenced by Alexander Grishuk's time situation. He's just trying to hope that Grishuk goes under a minute, and then he'll pounce.
Yeah, exactly. Just, yeah, but Grishuk has been... Well, he's resorted to just moving his rook backwards and forwards to a very uninspiring square. So is it time now already? Is it now the time to pounce and break with a pawn? I would be tempted to advance my pawn and lengthen the scope of my dark squared bishop. That's just what I want to do.
I completely agree, Jovanka. If we...
Oh, he's done it. He's done it. That's good.
Yeah, that shows that he's ready now. He feels that he's waited long enough. He still has... Dubov has an extra 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes on the clock, and now is the time to strike. He's pushing forward. That pawn enters the white half. And note Black's queen and Black's dark squared bishop. They're lined up on the same diagonal. So together, they'll start creating some threats.
Is this hard to protect and to defend for Alexander Grishuk now?
Extremely hard. It's just, I mean, for a human, it's hard to find a productive move. What plan do you have with white? You can't let things open up for the black bishops. Those black bishops will destroy you if you allow them onto open diagonals. And if you can't open things up, I mean, look at Grishuk's last move. That's depressing. Just having to block his own rook with a pawn. He's just moved that rook across. That rook's doing nothing. It's just waiting. It's essentially like in battle. You're just waiting, your army huddled in the corner, waiting for the opposition forces to strike at you. And Daniel Dubov.
Yeah, he's just slowly improving his pieces. Because the thing is, though, when you have extra space, you can use that extra space just to kind of torture your opponent for a little bit, you know, make some slight improvement. OK, so now we have a reaction. There has been some movement because Grishuk has broken. He has pushed the pawn forward. OK, and now I'm expecting to see some... Well, is this significant? Because Black does have the choice to open it, but maybe opening the position is not good.
Yeah, and personally, I would not hesitate to open up that position because Black has bishops. If you look at Black's light-squared bishop, actually, right now, it's completely blocked in, so you need to open up lines. And if we bring up the analysis board, we might be about to see a special move. I don't think we've seen it so far this tournament.
Oh.
It's something that we call en passant. And that means that... this only happens on very rare occasions. If your pawn is on the 5th rank, so from Black's side, it's on the 5th rank. If your opponent's pawn tries to bypass it, OK, this didn't happen. If your opponent's pawn tries to bypass it, not allowing a capture, actually, this time you can capture just on this rare one occasion when your opponent's pawn hasn't moved and it tries to move 2 squares on the first go. Here, Black can actually capture this pawn, take it off the board as if it just moved 1 square. Instead, Daniel Dubov said, no, I'm not opening it up, and he dropped his bishop back. I think he should have gone for that move. I think he needed to open up lines. Black's light-squared bishop now is completely blocked in, and it's going to be very hard to win.
We rarely see the en passant. It's very, very rare that we actually see it. Is it sometimes the players just miss it, or is it for a chess player just very... It's in your hands. You just know that if I move that pawn there, it's going to be en passant.
I think these top players, they're so used to it. It's come up countless times in their careers. But for those learning the games, learning chess and the rules, it can be tricky at first to remember this.
Yeah, because it's a very special move and it doesn't have so much logic, and it's based on old historical times when pawns only moved 1 step forward. So it's kind of a nod to that. Yeah, but once you've played the game quite a few times, you get used to it, and you especially are on the lookout for such a wacky move like that. But the position is very, very blocked. And you said that, you know, when the position is very blocked, well, the likelihood for draws increases significantly. And do you think that we will see that?
I think now we're heading closer towards a draw just because there are no open lines, especially for those rooks. There aren't any completely open lines right now. As you mentioned, the position is so blocked. All of White's pawns pretty much defend each other, so there's no weaknesses there. It's just hard for Black to use both of his bishops.
So I think if none of the pawn breaks work, by pawn breaks we just mean pawns undermining other pawns, opening lines, then the revolution has to be done by pieces. So pieces will have to sacrifice themselves in order to open lines. And we've seen that Dubov is not afraid of doing that.
Yeah, and actually, I think his mistake in this game, Daniel Dubov, was not pausing when he had that opportunity to play the special move, to play en passant. I think en passant, that would have given him an almost winning advantage. He would have opened things up for his bishop, for his bishop pair against the White King. But he didn't really hesitate. He spent less than a minute before deciding against that move. I think that was a critical moment. When pawn structures change, when pieces can be traded, that's when to spend your time. And he just breezed over that critical moment a bit too quickly.
Yes.
All right. Well, one more game has finished in this round. Hikaru Nakamura and Harikrishna, they played a draw. 4 players now on 4 points. And if Daniel Dubov wins this game, he will be in sole lead. So, question is, can he find that win?
I think the chance might have passed. Actually, another thing we should know about computers and analysis engines is they struggle in blocked positions sometimes. Even modern computers, they struggle to evaluate properly. So at the moment, the bar might say that, OK, it will go back to the other side. The bar might say that Black has the advantage, but that's not actually true, I think, anymore. It's just so blocked. Long term, Black might have slightly preferable, slightly better pieces, but everything's so blocked that the computer, it will see the next 10, 20 moves. It will see lots of maneuvering. It will see that Black is the one in control, but it won't see a breakthrough. They misevaluate these positions sometimes.
Yeah, well, on the subject of blocked positions and computer mastery, we do have a tweet from Vidal Tellez, who believes that high technical mastery is what is leading to more draws in rapid games. And there is something to be said with the rise of the advent of the computer, that the standard of chess is getting better and better, and so therefore the margin for winning is a lot lower.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, it's not only at the top level, it's all levels, I think. It's just, it's pros and cons. It's easier to get better now if you study very hard. There's so many tools out there like Chessable, like CoChess. But it also means that the tools are out there for everyone else. So everyone gets better at the same time.
It's like the Red Queen. I love the analogy of the Red Queen. It's just like an Alice through the looking glass. The Red Queen, she's always running, but she never gets anywhere because everything is running with her. So that's the same with chess.
And we're seeing lots of manoeuvring. Alexander Grishuk, he's just put his rooks together. Rooks are fantastic when they're lined up. Those white rooks doing a bit of teamwork, stopping the black pawn from advancing. This position is just too blocked, though. Maybe we'll see the game continue. I do have a feeling we might see a draw very shortly.
Wow.
Neither side can make progress.
Well, it's an interesting question. Do you think Dubov will actually manage to break through? Well, that's a question for David and for Kaya, and even a question for you guys at home. Do you believe Dubov can break through? Well, if you think he can, or if you think he can't, do join in the conversation and tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Your timing, Jovanka, you jinxed it. They just agreed to draw.
They have agreed a draw, Alexander Grishuk. Should he feel lucky here in some way?
I think that was a huge let-off for Grishuk. I think Dubov, he was in complete control. He just rushed a bit. He still had 6 minutes at the end. He just missed that one moment. He could have played en passant, and that would have given a huge advantage.
Wow, and Daniil Dubov is sitting there. He is watching, so probably he maybe did have that feeling that he did have a winning position at some point.
Yeah, he needed to be brave. The thing was that that critical decision, it came with certain consequences. Yes, he got extra chances, but so did his opponent, and he needed to assess that, and he didn't quite do that. He preferred to keep control and not roll the dice and go for it.
And they agreed on a draw here with still so many pieces on the board, David. Why wasn't there any more opportunities in this position?
I think the problem was there were just no open lines. Everything was blocked, and the players aren't actually allowed to agree to draw. They just repeated the position 3 times. I think that's just a mutual understanding that neither side can make progress without taking huge risks and actually opening themselves up for defeat. So rather than take those risks, risk losing, yeah, unfortunately, sometimes a draw is a natural result in chess.
We will very shortly be joined by our third favorite Brit, Ginger GM, Grandmaster Simon Williams. We will talk about his favorite moves of today. And in the last round of day 2, a huge matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. And Anish Giri, he needs a win in that game against the world champion. So much drama coming up as we head into the last hour of today's broadcast in the Champions Chess Tour Airthings Masters. It's going to be an intense final round here, Jovanka, because we know after that game, only 3 games remain in the preliminaries.
Yes, there's not too many games left, is there? So, yeah, everything to play for. And the players at the bottom of the table, they will have to start worrying and they have to adapt their game plan.
It is intense, and we are now joined by Simon Williams sitting in London. Hi, Simon, how are you?
Hello. Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. How are you all doing?
We're good, and we're actually feeling the tension now because with this being a major, we know that there's not many rounds remaining in the preliminaries and the fight for quarterfinals. Are you feeling the tension?
I'm always feeling the tension, but not so much when I'm watching it. It's more tense when I'm playing, but it's nice to see these guys sweat it out occasionally, I guess, rather than me.
Who's impressed you and who has not impressed you today?
Well, I think the player who's impressed me the most, really, is Daniil Dubov. I think his play in general is really interesting. He's always trying to play for the win with white and black. He's not having quick draws. I see some of the players are sort of shaking hands like after a couple of moves. We don't want to hear that rubbish. We want a real fight in the game. So I think, yeah, Dubov is the guy for me at the moment.
And then maybe the player you've been the most disappointed then, if you don't like those quick draws, Wesley So. He's only, we counted, played about 15 minutes in 3 rounds of chess today.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know it's an early start over in America, but I'd still like to see him play some more moves. You know, he's not here just to have a quick draw and shake hands. It's a little bit disappointing. Maybe he's saving his energy for the later part of the tournament, but he's got to start fighting soon. He really has to.
And you actually said it, David. Do you think it can backfire for Wesley playing just too safe here?
Definitely. I think the gods of chess, they won't be impressed. And definitely, in my experience, when I've taken those quick draws, when I've been a bit too scared to play proper games, it's always come back to haunt me. Yeah. Simon, what would you say to Wesley to kind of snap him out of this mentality?
What punishment would you give Wesley?
Oh, that's I would just say I'm trying to say this politely. So you can probably guess what I'm saying. I think he's just got to man up and start trying to fight, because he won the first series. He knows he can win most of the games. So rather than shaking hands too quickly, fight. Just get in there and play some chess. That's what he's got to do. So yeah.
And I know you picked out a few moves, Simon. We love it that you give us the Harry, the H-pawn moves, and you also always pick out some really interesting moves to show us. What have you picked out for today?
Well, my first sort of instant was between Anish Giri, and I think he was playing Harikrishna, and you can see the position here. And the reason I like this one, we're just talking about the quick draws, and chess is often about slow, subtle maneuvering, where players sort of play around a lot, trying to gain a weak square. But also it's about violence, and it's about capturing, about taking pieces, going for your opponent's king. And in this position here, we can see that Anish, with the white pieces, there's so many captures coming up. I think he now captures on e5 to start the process, and we can sort of count the captures. And next move, he takes on b5, so that's one capture there. And now he gives up his bishop by capturing that one. And you can just see every move is just pure violence, which I kind of like. It's nice to be subtle, but sometimes we just want to see this like face-to-face, hand-to-hand combat. And the tactics even continue here after, I believe, the next move, Anish keeps coming down when he takes the bishop with his rook. So you can see the rook swings down, another capture. So it doesn't stop here. The queen now captures that rook. So capture, and another capture happens now. Bishop takes knight. So this is proper fighting chess. And in this game, Anish was rewarded because he goes on to win this game. And I think that shows great character as well to not play too positionally, but just to get in there and start fighting as quickly as possible.
And how do we think Anish is feeling now? Because, he did get that win, but he also had another loss here. And he really needs to fight to qualify for quarterfinals here.
He does. I mean, I think he's got the right attitude, because he's playing this kind of chess where he's playing really aggressive. He's got kind of a reputation of being a bit of a draw master, which I think is a bit unfounded. He's actually a very exciting player. And I think he's just got to keep that up. And, he's obviously, things are not going his way, but, it can change. Keep up. Don't get too distraught is a bit of advice I would give him now.
All right.
And who do you think is going to win the preliminaries?
Well, I'm going to stick with my guy Dubov, just because I like the way he's playing. So he's impressed me the most so far. It's very hard to write off Magnus, who's always going to be lurking there. But at the moment, I think it's clear he's not 100% there. The dangerous thing is, though, when Magnus is even 80% there, he's still like the best player in the tournament often. So 80% Magnus is still really good. But I like the way Dubov's playing. I just think he's got great attitude at the board.
And on the other side, Simon, who do you think is going to fail to make that cut?
I could be the bringer of doom now. So can I say Wesley So? I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I think, as you say, the chess gods, they sort of favour the brave, and they should sort of frown upon, a bit like, I don't know, Odin, maybe, Odin of the chess gods. But I mean, at the moment, MVL is having a bit of a bad time. So I think he's really struggling. Obviously, David Anton as well are looking like they're going to have a lot of work to do to get through.
Did you also pick out another move, Simon, I think? And it was one of Wesley So's games, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. In this game, surprisingly enough, he managed to draw, but this was actually quite a nice looking draw. And I hope I'm not being too harsh on Wesley. He's an amazing player, and that's why I want to see him play more chess. But we have the position here, and Wesley So has the white pieces against Nepo, and this was very pretty because Nepo now comes in with the knight move, which attacks Wesley's queen. And most people, when their queens attack, would be like, oh no, I've got to do something with my queen. But Wesley just plays bishop takes bishop. And he gives his queen up. So the knight now comes and takes the queen. And we see a little technique here called the windmill. And you can see Wesley has this very strong bishop in the middle of the board, sort of pointing towards Black's king. And he also has the rook on the 7th rank. So he comes in with the rook, giving the king a check. And that rook is protected by the bishop. The king only has one square to go to. So the king goes into the corner of the board. And now, well, he's a queen down. So he brings the rook back with a check from the bishop again. And Black doesn't really have any option here. He's got to move his king backwards. And they repeat the position like this 3 times. And this is called the windmill technique. And of course, in chess, if you repeat the same position 3 times, it's actually a draw. The funny thing about that is, though, normally when you see a stunning tactic like that, it ends up with someone winning. But in this case, Wesley uses a stunning tactic to get himself that important draw. So well done, Wesley. Oh, God, I'm going to be in trouble now, aren't I?
I think it's nice that someone tells him of Wesley, because it's such a fantastic chess player as well. We want to see him play.
We need you to call him up, Simon, give him a pep talk so that he comes back fighting tomorrow and in the knockouts.
He probably won't be talking to me for a while, I guess, after that. So, yeah.
All right, finally, you guys, I have actually one question for all of you, because you are all fantastic chess players. You're all grandmaster, women grandmaster. But what is the small difference between the top 20 players in the world and the players who players like yourself, who's just outside of that?
Well, I mean, they're just better. I mean, to be honest, like David is nearly up there. I mean, I know David's a very modest guy, but if he puts his mind to it, he could be up there fighting this tournament. But for a dried up grandmaster like myself, it's kind of the work you have to put in. It's the hard calculation. You can't make mistakes. You've got to be so focused. And I struggle to keep my focus at that level for the amount of time they put in. I'd probably be doing a Wesley and begging everyone for a draw if I was playing. So I'm not really one to talk.
Well, David, you're only 30 years old. Do you still feel hopeful that you maybe will climb up to top 20, top 10?
That's the dream. But as Simon says, it takes so much hard work, a bit of luck here and there. I mean, these guys, they're so consistent, and that's the key. I mean, sometimes I do have great tournaments, I can compete with them, but I mean, keeping that level for so long is extremely difficult. And these guys as well, they're just better slightly in so many different areas. They're so hard to beat as well. I do sometimes lose some silly games. I think we all do, apart from these guys.
Yeah, I agree with David. I think consistency is key. I think the psychology is super important. These guys are so confident. I don't know if you've ever seen them in person, but they have a swagger when they walk into the tournament hall. And and all of these guys have teams behind them as well. So this is super important. You know, to be a successful athlete, you have to have a team behind you. And
Fantastic. All right, Simon, thank you so much for joining us. Final prediction, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley, so what will be the result, you think?
Draw.
Odds are good for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Simon.
I'll see you tomorrow. Bye now.
See ya. Simon doing his Ginger Gyms stream on Twitch, so follow that if you like. Now, we did talk about that final leap into the top level of chess. What is that little margin? We asked the top chess players, how did they leap into the top level of chess?
I think it's mostly discipline and consistency.
Lately, I improve a lot, like understanding more the middle game. We focus too much on openings. After the opening, where you have to understand the plans of the different positions, I think that's what made me a better player.
Realizing that your opponents, even the best ones and the ones with the the biggest names out there, that they make mistakes. I struggled so much against the top players when I just got into that level. They used to cheat me with the body language like all the time. I thought I was worse the whole game. Like I thought I'm better when I look at the position, but then I look at my opponent and it feels as though I'm worse. But then once you realize they can also lose and they make mistakes, that's when you can take that final step to at least become a top player.
Experience and confidence. Maybe also switching to the United States helped me compete with stronger chess players.
Discipline certainly pays off. It's hard. You lose around, I don't know, 15 to 20 years of your life.
so. You actually just do so much of your life playing chess.
Yes. Yeah, you know, he said it, the discipline, definitely. You need to get up a certain times, you need to have the focus, and you need to just have the drive and the confidence to believe in your vision.
Is that a typical question, David? Do you feel you have to give up a lot to be at the level of chess you are?
Unfortunately, yes. But there are pros behind it. I know that I eat, breathe and live chess. But yeah, it's worth it. We get to play a game we love for a living. What's better than that?
Yes, exactly. And luckily, we have some of the very best chess players in the world competing here in the Airthings Masters. And we do now have the results from the 7th round. And, well, Simon Williams will not be too happy to see them. All games ended in draws in the 7th round. What's happening here?
It's the calm before the storm.
Yes.
Is it simply nerves here, do you think, Jovanka? Players, they just don't want to lose, so they just...
Yes, and definitely there's the case in that, in the quick draws, but then you actually see some very hard-fought draws, and I can see that the impact of the tournament is definitely affecting some players, like Dubov. He did play it safe. He decided to keep control instead of going all out for the win, and that is definitely impacting the results.
So we do now have 6 players on 4 points, and then 2 players, Grishok and Pomniachtchi, with 3.5 points. They are all in top 8, but then we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Pentala Harikrishna, Anish Giri, and David Anton outside that top 8, but it is so tight, David. How do you think the players are feeling now before the last game of day 2? We know it's 3 days of preliminaries.
That's right, and I think they'll be nervous. Do they risk it all today and with the chances that they might even lose and then have no chance at all tomorrow of qualifying? Or do they just play safe in this last game and then just gamble everything on one day tomorrow?
All right. Okay, it's getting interesting before the last round of day 2. It's round 8 of 11 in the preliminaries, so we need to get ready. And while we wait for the next round, only starting in a few minutes, let's have David teach us a little bit more about chess.
Pawn is only worth 1 point, but it's potentially one of the most powerful pieces in chess. On its first turn, it can move 1 square or 2 squares. After that, it only moves 1 square. They capture diagonally, right or left. So for example, pawns are the only piece that cannot move backwards. And if your pawn gets to the end of the board, it can become a queen. This is one of the ways that you will win a game. The knight is the trickiest piece in chess. It doesn't move in straight lines. It moves 2 squares in one direction and then 1 square across. So for example, it would go 2 squares forward and 1 square across. It can jump in any direction. It can jump forwards or backwards. It's normally worth 3 points. It's one of my favorite pieces, and it's extremely, extremely powerful in quick chess. Bishops are worth 3 points, just like the knight, but they work in very different ways. They are stuck to the same color that they start on, so each side has a light squared bishop and a dark squared bishop. Often these bishops, they're long-range pieces, so you want to keep them at the back of your army, where they are very powerful and they can travel across the board. Bishops work especially well when they're as a pair. These pieces that start in the corner are rooks. They like their open lines. They just travel across the board. They're great at controlling lots of lines at the same time. They're also great at supporting pawns and attacking the king. Rooks move in straight lines across the board. Rooks are worth 5 points. This piece is the most valuable. It's the queen. It's traditionally worth 9 points. She can move in almost any direction. She can move diagonally, and she can also move in straight lines. It's like a combination of the bishops and the rooks. Kings are the most important piece in chess. They are priceless. You have to protect a king with your life. A king only moves 1 square in any direction. A king can move forward, back, and also diagonally. In the early stages of the game, normally you want to keep him safe, tucked away in a corner. In the endgame, however, the king becomes a very powerful piece on its own.
Howell's How To. I'm paying attention. I want to learn all of this. And a fantastic piece are about how to move the pieces. Now, it is very soon the players' turn to move the pieces. This is the standings after 7 rounds in the preliminaries. Only 4 rounds remain. There are actually 6 players on top with 4 points. It is so tight. 2 players with 3.5 points. And then the 4 bottom players, they need to fight to qualify for the quarterfinals. It is going to get interesting in round 8 of day 2.
It is going to get interesting. Anything can happen. It's so close at the top that, you know, it's all a bit random.
It is all a bit random. Who do you think is feeling the pressure the most now, David?
Actually, if I were the players, the most nervous must be Alexander Grishuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are in the qualifying places at the moment. They're in 7th and 8th place. They have 3.5 points, but just one defeat and they'll drop out. It's very difficult when you know you have something to lose, when you know you've got people chasing you.
And look at this. This is the map where all the players are sitting in the world. It's finally Hikaru Nakamura finally maybe being able to see the sun. It's finally 9 a.m. for him. 11 a.m. for Wesley, so very soon. Magnus Carlsen, we don't actually know where he is, but we've seen the sun shining in his face. Do you think he's looked tired today or awake, if we're going to judge by where he's sitting in the world?
A bit tired.
A little bit tired, okay.
More awake than yesterday, at least.
Ah, okay, but maybe he's Western somewhere in the world.
Yeah, he looked like he had enjoyed the sun a little bit, so definitely somewhere in the tropics. I'm very envious.
All right. We don't know where Magnus Carlsen is, but he is about to play round number 8 in the preliminaries of the Airthings Masters. And these are the interesting games in the final round of today. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is facing Wesley So, who's only played draws today. Wesley So needs to give us some action now. Next game is between Timur Rajabo and Levon Aronian, the 2 rivals from Azerbaijan and Armenia. And then we have Pentala Harikrishna. He's going to play Jan Nepomniachtchi. Harikrishna needs a win here to fight for quarterfinals. We have Daniel Dubov, Simon Williams' favorite player today. He is playing Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru, well, we want to see him fighting for wins as well. David Anton, he needs to win, and he is facing Alexander Grishuk. And then we have Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri, the game that we will follow. 2 big rivals. Magnus Carlsen did manage to get a win today, so he is in top of the table. Anish Giri, how do you think he's going into this game, Jovanka?
Yeah, well, the 2 have a lot of history, especially on Twitter. So definitely an exciting matchup. I think Anish Giri will really want to prove that he can take a point out of Magnus Carlsen. And of course, you know, Magnus was the one who knocked Anish Giri out of the quarterfinals for the Skilling Open. So, yep, I will think he will be motivated. And Twitter is, I can tell you, is super excited about this. We have a lovely tweet from Liam Jeffries, who says, well, it's a marvelous day for a bromance.
Exactly, between 2 players. Well, I don't know if they love each other.
Exactly.
They do love to banter each other on Twitter. Now, both of these players have installed these Airthings measuring the air quality. I'm going to be interesting now to see before the last round. The air quality. Magnus Carlsen, it's green. Green. Temperature, it's too warm for him now.
Yeah, I mean, from experience, it's hard to concentrate sometimes. You just feel a bit drowsy if it's too warm. I wonder if he's got some windows open, maybe because the CO2 levels are better than they were yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to be interesting to see Anish Giri. Oh, CO2 level is not good for Anish Giri.
No, that is over 1,000. We heard that it's actually quite very poor, actually. So he needs to get some ventilation going in this room. Open the window, freeze.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if it affects his play. They have started, David. Is this what's happening on the board?
Yeah, so early days at the moment, Magnus Carlsen, he started by pushing his queen's pawn forward 2 squares, and instead of going for an opening like the queen's gambit, which is one of Anish Giri's calling cards, instead he's played to put his bishop on this side of the board, and actually he's playing an opening called the Grunfeld defense. This is one of my favorite openings throughout my career. It's something that Magnus Carlsen himself has used on many occasions. So this shows that Anish Giri, he's maybe in more of a fighting mood. Maybe that's just dictated by his tournament situation. He's not going for something solid and passive where Magnus can slowly try and take those small advantages, slowly grind him down. Instead, Anish Giri going for something more direct in the center. Already there's some tension in that middle of the board.
Wow. Is it so? Magnus is opening. Is it something he would play when he wants to go for a win, or when he wants to be very solid?
Magnus, it's one of the openings he usually employs. Normally, I mean, he always wants to win, right? I think more it's Anish Giri's opening choice that is surprising, and that's why Magnus Carlsen is thinking for almost a minute, and it's only move 4.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen's surprised by this decision. We've seen him before as white win games, Magnus Carlsen, from this position. For example, in the Skilling Open, the last Champions Chess Tour event against Nepomniachtchi. He looks flustered, though.
Yeah, it's a serious thinking phase on Magnus right now. Like, really trying to recall something?
Yeah, he looks like it was complete surprise to him, and now he has to take a decision as to what to play. But
I think knowing him, I think he's just a bit angry at himself for being indecisive here and not being prepared for this opening. It looks like he's kind of just frozen. He's so surprised by this. He's paused for a minute and a half already, and that's a huge time investment at this early stage.
Do you think that there's something like technical bothering him as opposed to the actual chess? That maybe there's something not working? Because it's just a bit surprising to me that he's so uncomfortable so early on.
Yeah, 2 minutes in his 4th move, and there's something on his face. He just looks uncomfortable in some way.
Yeah, I mean, could it have been a disconnection? It looks like no. He's just finally decided to play a move. And, I mean, 2 minutes just to develop your knight. I think this is something that we teach everyone when they first learn the moves of chess. Just bring your knights towards the centre, and that took Magnus Carlsen 2 minutes there. It shows he's not fully confident. He is a bit nervous, Magnus. And meanwhile, Anish replies immediately by developing his bishop. Anish Giri, he's ready to bring his king to the corner. He's going to castle his king to safety on the right side up there. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen spending a bit more time. That last move was very flexible, but it doesn't commit him in the opening. Magnus, he just needs to speed up. He needs to just make a decision, any decision. He's seen this. He must have seen this position thousands of times before. This is nothing new under the sun for him, but it just shows he's not not believing in himself right now.
Salman Okan, he says, time to beast mode, Magnus. So he's cheering for Magnus, and perhaps that was what he was doing with that time. And now the moves are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, so Magnus, he did take that pause to decide which opening variation to play. Magnus, he's famous for playing everything. He freestyles, he prepares all these strange ideas. His memory is fantastic. And he goes into one of the lesser known variations, maybe a bit of a rarer line in the Grunfeld defense. With his last move, White is attacking that knight, that black knight in the center of the board with his bishop. So Anish Giri now, he's making that face where he's just trying to recall things. He's definitely studied this before, but he's trying to choose which line. He's trying to remember which one he thought was most promising for black. I would expect to see that knight, that black knight in the centre of the board, retreat now. But he could also trade a pair of knights if he wants to clarify the situation a bit more. And it does retreat.
And he has retreated. And now the bishop retreats. And this is the key idea in this opening. It's that black really must challenge the centre. It's something that I could never quite get the grasp of, like when to challenge or when not to challenge. But sometimes it needs to be done immediately. And Anish has gone about trying to disrupt that white pawn centre.
Yes, and if we bring up the analysis board, we show that black didn't, in fact, just blunder a pawn on the last move. Black's last turn was to push this pawn forward 2 squares. If it is captured, it looks like a free pawn, but the key factor of this whole opening, the whole Grunfeld defense, is this bishop. Suddenly, black's bishop causes a lot of havoc. It has huge influence along this diagonal. Black will win back that pawn he sacrificed. The queens would leave the board, and the black knight would retreat, soon winning back this pawn. Meanwhile, white's king is misplaced, and this bishop would be open. So this opening is very tricky. There's sacrifices here and there of pawns, of pieces sometimes, but in general, it's just very, very dynamic. Instead, Magnus Carlsen chose to get his king to safety. He castled with his king. And now Anish Giri having a think about how to develop his pieces.
Would you choose to be white or black in this position right now?
I've played this opening as black for 22 years. I've never had this position as white. So
You're asking him to be unfaithful there.
I'm a very faithful guy.
Yes.
You'll choose black then?
I'd choose black, but I think chances are balanced. Both sides have the trumps in their position. White occupies the centre with a pawn. Black has this beautiful bishop near his king.
Mm-hmm. And after 10 moves now, is this still very known territory for both of them?
I say so. I mean, I'm surprised by that last move by Anish Giri. I don't think it's the most common move in the position. Normally, black would trade a pair of pawns in the centre. But I think they'll both be relatively comfortable.
And 7 minutes of play, and we already have that first draw. And it is, again, an American, not Wesley So this time, but Hikaru Nakamura and Daniil Dubov played a draw. And Daniil Dubov was Simon's favourite, and Simon said he hated fast draw. So
I think Simon's cursed them. I mean, Dubov, the most attacking player, Simon said he never plays for draws. He's just gone for a draw. And maybe Simon, who was talking about Wesley So, maybe Wesley So will play a fighting game. Maybe they'll have switched roles.
We're going to pay attention to that. So Daniil Dubov and Hikaru Nakamura, they're just on top of the table now, both of them with 4.5 points. But obviously still a lot of games going on here in round 8 of the Airthings Masters. And it is Magnus Carlsen thinking now. They are still playing quite fast. You said that it's quite known territory still.
It is known territory. This bishop move has been seen before, even played by yourself, David.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Has it?
Yes, but it was 12 years ago. So
okay. We'd like to think we have good memories, but did I lose that game? That might be when I blocked it out.
You did, in fact, lose the game. It was against Jonathan Parker.
I do actually remember. After you said it, I realised which game it was. Chess players, we have selective memory. If we lose a game, we try and blank it out.
Okay, well, black... So David with black pieces lost this position then.
Yes, and I think Jonathan Parker, he did go for that move, right?
He did, yes.
So Magnus Carlsen, knowing him, he might be aware of that game.
Really?
He has an incredible memory, almost photographic, especially with openings. He remembers everything he's looked at pretty much. So with white there, he did grab that pawn. I mentioned white shouldn't take that pawn last move. This time he chooses to take it. Black will recover that pawn sooner or later, but with his last move, Magnus Carlsen, he's asking black a question. Do you trade your bishop for my knight? Generally, bishops are better pieces in these semi-open positions, at least, with lots of open lines. So I think that'll be a small gain for Magnus Carlsen, getting that black bishop.
In fact, there have been 4 games played in this position, and every single one of them has led to a victory for white.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you think Anish Giri is obviously not aware of all of these 4 games, but somewhat aware that white usually gets an advantage in this position?
I think Anish Giri has been surprised. That's my honest assessment, and I don't think he's necessarily chosen what he knows to be theoretical. I think he's just gone for what has appeared most natural to him because, yeah, I do think white has a very, very nice position here. They have the bishop pair, they have the ability to occupy the center with a rook, and now you can see it, Magnus has just moved his rook and is now attacking the black queen. So, yeah, I'm really liking white's position here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm also influenced by that game that I lost. I'm getting bad memories now of this stuffy room. And it was in a team tournament as well, I think, and my team were not happy with me for losing that game. So maybe if we bring up the analysis board, we can see why white has won every game in this position. It's purely because of the activity of his pieces. White's last move, attacking this queen with the rook. Rooks love these open lines. Black cannot capture this rook. It is protected 3 times by white's pieces. Also by the queen. So therefore, black's queen, it should run away. Maybe the queen will move, but white's bishop is very nicely placed, aiming towards the black king. White's queen is also very nicely placed, and maybe aiming towards the same pawn. White's pieces are very active. Meanwhile, black's are all at the back rank. If white can activate this bishop, activate this rook, white has a big advantage. Anish Giri needs to be accurate here.
And he's thinking now, been thinking for 1.5 minutes now, Anish Giri. And we know from his situations on the table in the preliminaries there, he definitely needs to avoid a loss in this game.
Yeah, a loss, and he'll need to win pretty much every game tomorrow just to have a chance.
Just to get to the quarterfinals. That would be not ideal.
Yeah, he can't let that paralyze him, though, with fear. He needs to just play his normal game. He needs to kind of just keep those imbalances, let Magnus try to overstretch maybe so that he can counterattack later on. It's not a good sign, though, for Anish Giri that he's thinking at this early stage. He is famous for his openings and his research. It's just his general preparation. So the fact that he's now in the tank thinking, it's probably kind of a moment that Magnus Carlsen will gain confidence by.
Are we actually seeing, though, with the online tournaments, the online format now, that even the players like Anish Giri, who are just so solid in the openings and usually playing the same openings, experimenting a little bit more, testing new openings?
Yeah, I think rapid chess, again, that's one of the beauties. There's so many games in this tournament, 11 games. You can try new things, you can experiment a bit, you can see what suits you, see what positions you enjoy. But favourite openings are your favourite openings for a reason. And maybe he's less experienced in these types of positions. And, you know, when you're playing the world champion, you need to be on your, in your comfort zone. You need to be on your home territory.
Okay, he did move the queen. Well, he had to.
Yes, he is still following in David's footsteps.
Oh, dear. That's not a good sign.
Not knowing you lost that game.
Yeah, my memories of that game was just lots of suffering.
Okay.
I think I was... yeah, I didn't have a bad position, but I was close to being equal, close to having a decent position for a long time, but I never quite managed to fight back.
In fact, we are going your game move by move. This is exactly what happened in David's game. Yeah. And, yeah.
Do you think Magnus has seen that game, looked over that game before this one?
Judging by the speed of his moves.
You know, he is repeating it move by move.
Is that the only game that's ever reached this position before? Wow.
Wow, our own David Howell sitting in the studio. It is his game that Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri is playing right now. Wow.
Yeah, and my opponent in that game was another English Grandmaster, Jonathan Parker, who actually works in finance now in the City of London. But he was so talented. He retired a bit early on. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus had seen that and was inspired by that. I'm sure if you ask him about Jonathan Parker later on, he might be like, oh yeah, I know him. I know that game.
Perhaps he just did it for show.
Yeah, I think...
I'll play the line that David played.
I know what question I'll ask him after this game, if we get a chance to.
Definitely. Very interesting. Okay, so it's historically not looking too good for Anish Giri here because white always wins in this position and did win in the game with David Howell as black. So, David, if you were to change history when you were in this position, what should black have done?
I'd have played something different on move one, probably. It's difficult. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see, again, why white is a bit of a favourite in this position. White's knight in the centre of the board is just dominant. OK, we will see a trade here. I expect to see Magnus Carlsen take back that pawn, but it's white's knight, this octo knight, so strong in the middle of the board. OK, Magnus Carlsen decides to capture the queen. That doesn't change much. This knight in the middle of the board, though, is so dominant. The bishop will soon jump out as well. This rook, white's rook is on the nice open line. The queen is active. All of white's pieces are slightly better than their black counterparts. That being said, I probably would have taken that piece with the pawn right there.
Yes.
Rather than the queen.
Are we still in that game? Or
no, we are not. So after Anish captured that bishop, that's it. We are in totally new territory.
I think that's so fantastic. After move 17, the world, the history, the universe has never seen this position before in Magnus Carlsen. He hasn't seen it either. Yeah. Very strange face, look on his face right there.
And actually, just a moment ago, he kind of shook his head as if he just completely missed Anish Giri's reply. And I think Magnus, he needed his queen on that right side of the board to support his knight going forward. Now, that last move, I think, was just played too quickly. It was a mistake. Anish Giri kicked his knight back, and that's a bad sign for Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
Retreating is never good, especially when you've just put your piece in the middle of the board. Just 2-3 moves ago, he put his knight there. Now he's had to bring it back.
Yeah,
lost time.
We just saw actually kind of like this micro reaction from Magnus when he realised that he should not have captured that bishop with the queen. And I think it was the case of the trigger happy hand. You know, you just pick up the queen, whoop, just take it, and before you know it, you've played it. And yeah, and now I think Anish has probably no problems.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, we do see the computer evaluation as well actually favours black. So Magnus Carlsen capturing that knight with the queen. Just one move, such a natural move, might have allowed Anish Giri to turn the table slightly. I mean, it's still not critical. It's a very kind of balanced position. Both sides have the same pieces, the same pawn structure, roughly, like symmetrical pawns. Yeah, I think this is still in the balance.
Look
but
at Magnus is really not happy. He look at him.
Or is he now poker facing this?
Is he kind of like
trying to fool Anish into thinking that, oh, I'm great here?
Well, in this exact situation, I think that he's simply expressing his emotion, that he's still kind of thinking, oh, I should have captured back that bishop with that knight with a pawn. And yeah, I'm thinking that he's actually feeling exactly what he's showing.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
An open book.
Yes.
Just this is exactly what he's feeling. And Anish Giri, he's looking very focused, but he has spent quite a lot more time than Magnus. He is going down to 8 minutes now. Is this complicated now for Anish?
Yeah, I think the problem for Anish now is he has a lot of choice, a lot of decent moves. We see there with the computer evaluation, he could bring his knight forward to attack the white queen in 2 different ways. He could just push some pawns forward. OK, he has pushed a pawn forward. Lots of choice by Anish Giri, but he does need to speed up.
Interesting. Interesting choice. Not my natural move, actually. I would not have... because the white has a knight and a bishop that can coordinate very nicely on the dark square. So I'm surprised that, yeah, that he's given maybe one tiny square on the left side that perhaps white can occupy at the right time. So that's why Anish has pushed that pawn on the left-hand side. Yeah. Just so that this doesn't happen.
That's right, Anish just gaining space now on that left side. I think the thing I've learned about Magnus, you mentioned the poker face earlier, he rarely bluffs his opponent. He rarely frowns when he's actually happy. I mean, sometimes he'll try and keep a blank face. I've also actually seen him play poker, and he tends to just keep a completely blank expression when he's happy. It's only when he's not happy that he starts shaking.
He's not able to hide his feelings when he's not happy.
That's right.
Yeah. Like we did see now, he wasn't happy about his move. Do you think he's happy about this move?
I think the last couple of moves, he's slightly happier now. White's rooks are nicely placed in the centre, both on open lines. Both of those white rooks, those lines don't have pawns on them, so those rooks are very happy. Meanwhile, though, Anish Giri needs to do something about the black queen. That black queen is now eyed up by one of white's rooks. So as Anish, I would be tempted to move that queen off that line. Queens are very uncomfortable when they're looked at by rooks. So Anish Giri, he just needs to move quicker. 3 minutes down on the clock now. He won't be so confident after his play in the first couple of days.
Yeah, and he's done it. He's moved his queen away. And now Magnus just has to coordinate his pieces just to make use of those lines that are there in the centre to be used for those rooks.
Yeah, white's rooks are beautiful, but the problem is maybe the white queen. White's queen is a bit trapped right now. It doesn't have many safe squares to go to. The white queen is eyeing up a couple of black pawns, but all of those pawns are nicely defended, nicely solidified. So, yeah, it's just very hard for Magnus to improve his pieces. I think that's the main thing. For Anish, it's obvious what his next 2 moves are. He's going to bring his rooks towards the centre as black. Sometimes your position is so nice that you just can't improve it further. And that's why I think maybe Magnus might take a bit of a pause here.
All right. Do you still... So he said there were 4 games for quite a long time that resembled this game exactly, and White had won all of those games. What is this looking like right now? Is it a winning game for White, for Black, or is it looking like a drawish game?
Well, I'm liking more and more Anish Giri's position, just because it's so easy to play. Because now that David mentioned this queen that is badly placed, and somehow the white knight doesn't really have a square that it can easily travel to, so I'm not quite liking that. And yes, those 2 white rooks are very impressive, but they can be neutralized. And I'm thinking that if I had to predict how the game is going to end up, I think I would probably be a draw. But definitely Anish Giri will have the upper hand.
Yeah, just the last few moves. Magnus Carlsen, as we see by his face there, he will be less happy than Anish Giri. I think Giri, he was caught out in this opening that I'd lost in, others have lost in. But Magnus, he just rushed with his queen a bit earlier. He brought his knight into the centre of the board. The knight that we see now, the white knight, it was beautifully in the centre. He spent a move getting it there, but then 2 moves later, he just had to retreat. So essentially, Magnus Carlsen, he could have had a very similar position, but with 2 extra moves. That's why Magnus is not so happy right now. And that's why Anish maybe is the slight favourite in this position.
Yeah, and just quite interesting, the body language of these 2 players. You see, Anish is kind of like zoomed in.
Almost like jumping at his
Meanwhile,
computer now.
Magnus has kind of taken a step away. So it's kind of very... I'm absolutely fascinated by this because I can kind of see by taking, like, leaning back, you're kind of trying to observe the bigger picture, understand what you have to do. And sometimes when you zoom in, you kind of miss all the details of every single part of the board.
I sort of feel like Anish's body language is more optimistic and Magnus's is more pessimistic, maybe. It's what the feeling I'm getting. But now they're both in the computer, in their webcams, and it's tense for them now. If you want to be joining in on a competition as well, we do have a Twitter competition going on, a Twitter quiz of the day.
Yes, which player has a degree in mathematics? Now, I have to kind of say, this doesn't necessarily mean any chess player who has a degree in mathematics, because we know there's a strong correlation between chess players and mathematics. This is referring to the 12 players in the tournament. Which one of them has a degree in mathematics? And if you do know the answer and would like a chance to win 1 year subscription or premium membership of Chess24, then please do tweet your answer with the hashtag #ChessChamps.
#ChessChamps. I actually know one of the greatest mathematics in history, John Nash, was a huge fan of chess and a huge fan of Magnus Carlsen, and he actually went to Norway some years ago to meet the Norwegian king, and he requested especially to meet Magnus Carlsen, and they did meet, and it was a fantastic meet, I think. But on the way home, from the airport in the US, John Nash died in a car crash.
Oh.
Yeah. Very strange history. I think there's a movie about John Nash as well.
Yes, A Beautiful Mind.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to be watching that movie later.
Yes, definitely. It's a great movie.
Yeah. Are you good at maths, David?
1 + 1 is 2.
I'm incredibly bad at maths.
Really? I thought you were all just fantastic.
No, I don't trust me when it comes to maths equations at all.
Really?
Let's just say I really struggled in my A-level exams, which are like 18-year-old exams.
I never even got that far. I just gave up at 16. I was like, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
All right, so we're actually crushing a myth about chess players here. Not all good chess players are fantastic at math.
No, it's kind of either or. You know, they're either good at maths and sciences or English.
Ah.
So that's kind of what I've noticed. And what, you good at English?
I actually studied English literature at university, so maybe that's just the more artistic players versus the more scientific approach.
Wow.
Some of the players here, they study extremely hard. They probably they're more that maths kind of background, but me, I prefer to rely on inspiration, and maybe that's just because I've read so much, and different ways the different mind works.
Wow. It's quite funny. One of the famous trainers at Mark Dvoretsky once told me, he said that he talked about, this was in reference to English chess players, he said there are kind of two camps. You have the mathematicians, the logicians, who are kind of all interested in like the aesthetics and the beauties and the precision of chess, and then you have like Mickey Adams and Nigel Short, who are street fighters. Who are just going to wrestle you down to the ground and use every trick in the book.
OK, how about this move by Magnus Carlsen then?
Yeah, and actually, Magnus, he played maybe the most obvious move on the board, but it did take him a long time.
I must admit, that was one move that I love pushing pawns, so that was the first move that attracted me.
So Magnus Carlsen, maybe not even playing the best move, but it did take him a long... I mean, he's 2 minutes down on the clock. Anish Giri, he's frowning as well. He's surprised by what Magnus is doing. So Magnus, he did push a pawn on that left side. Anish replied immediately, attacking the white knight. White's knight has retreated. That white knight, it's gone on a journey. It's moved quite a few times already this game, but it's ended up on not a great square. That white knight isn't really aiming to jump forward to anywhere great. So now I expect it's time for Anish Giri to bring a rook towards the centre. And there we see it, the computer evaluation suggests the top 2 moves are bringing one of the rooks to one of the central squares. And yeah, black does have a small advantage. It's nothing too scary yet for Magnus Carlsen, but we see him slightly shaking his head a couple of minutes below on the clock. It's not been a great outing so far from the world champion.
We do have another game ending in round 8. We mentioned Hikaru Nakamura and Daniil Dubov. They played a draw, and now also Wesley So has played a draw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He did play for 20-25 minutes now, Wesley So. But it's only been, 4 games today, he's only been playing for 40 minutes or so. Very it seems like a very easy day for Wesley So today.
Yeah, he's got no excuse tomorrow to not be fresh.
Exactly.
Yeah, tomorrow it's a different kettle of fish, right? 4 players get eliminated, and if there's one loss, then they have to start motoring. And there's only 3 games as well.
Yeah, and for Wesley's opponent in that game, Wesley played Vachier-Lagrave, and Maxime now, big day ahead of him tomorrow. He needs at least 1 win, maybe even 2 wins.
Exactly. He is currently in 9th place. So he is currently out of the quarterfinals. Not both. Magnus Carlsen is currently quite safe in the upper half of the table, but Anish Giri, do you think he can sort of find that win in this position that he really, really needs?
I'm liking his chances. I just think maybe he's not confident enough. He spent 2 minutes here when he could easily have just played a rook move I mean, instantly, pretty much. When in doubt, we say improve your worst place piece, improve one of your pieces at least. And there we see he has made a rook move, but it took him 2 minutes. Imagine how important those 2 minutes would be later on in the game, especially against Magnus Carlsen, who won't give you any kind of second chance. He won't give you a moment to breathe. So I think the same move, but faster, would have been better.
Yeah, I agree with you, David. He's taking a lot of time, and the position... The thing is, with these type of positions, there is a danger that the pieces will all get traded off and the game will simply end in a draw. So he has to strike while the iron is hot. I love that expression.
That's right. Oh, don't talk to me about ironing, though. This week I've been ironing so many clothes. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has gone for your advice. He has tried to trade off a set of pieces. A set of rooks have left the board, and now Magnus finally improving that white queen, which was a bit stuck on that square last move. He's now attacking the black knight. Anish Giri, it feels like maybe he missed an opportunity a bit earlier on. He's spent a lot of time on the clock. The clocks are now equal. Position is now, as well now, is slowly starting to equalise. Yeah, as black, he needs to move that knight now. He needs to do something with that knight that is attacked. He could defend it with the black rook, but either way, he needs to make a move quickly.
And he has gone under that magical limit of 5 minutes, so he is starting to feel sort of the pressure here, probably.
Yes, yeah, you do feel the pressure when the clock gets below that, and it really heats up when it's under 1 minute, and when you get to 10 seconds and less, that's it. The brain goes out of the window, the hand starts taking over, and who knows what happens.
And now also the game between David Anton and Alexander Grishuk has ended in a draw.
Oh, but this is bad news for David Anton, because it does mean he is in a must-win situation tomorrow. He has to score a lot of points. 3 games, maybe 2 points out of 3 is going to get him to the quarterfinals.
And right now he only has Anish Giri under him on the table. Anish Giri is currently the only player on the bottom of the table with 2.5 points. He would like to get 1 whole point in this game, obviously, and he did make his move with David.
Yeah, and we see a very tense moment, actually. Anish Giri's last move shows that he's not playing for the win, I think, anymore. If we bring up the analysis board, we see a lot of trades are imminent. Black's last move was to bring his knight to the middle. He's attacking the white queen, attacking this knight, but we could see lots of pieces hoovered up. White could capture this in a couple of ways. We might see lots of trades, and each side only has a queen and rook left each now. That might not be enough to win. We could see the queens also leave the board if white brings the queen up here, trading these guys off, giving a check. I think if it's just a pure rook endgame and just with pawns left on the board, Magnus Carlsen will have no trouble defending that one. And we have seen a trade of knights in the middle, and Magnus just shuffles his rook across 1 square.
Yes. Yes, some more trades. I think we're going to see a whole load of vacuum cleaner comes on the board again.
The typical, the drawer cleaner.
Yes.
Special brand.
Yeah.
But actually, that's maybe one criticism we had of Anish Giri last time in the Skilling Open. He did have winning chances against many opponents, including Magnus Carlsen. He had a big attack. And at some point, he just started trading pieces when he didn't need to. And I think here, maybe he just forgot the tournament situation and he's allowed some trades. The bishops will soon leave the board, possibly the rooks as well. Magnus Carlsen looking away. He's probably quite confident now that he can hold the draw after a difficult start to this game.
Yeah, I have to say I really like this next tweet by Mr. Dodgy. Now, it's in relevance to So, Nakamura, Nepo and Dubov, but it's like this. You must take your opponent on a leisurely stroll through a meadow where 1 + 1 = 2, and there is a picnic waiting at the end.
Fantastic.
And you can kind of see that here. There's not, there was a little bit of tension, but then it kind of immediately evaporated. And now I think the players are just completely level, and there's just nothing. Well,
there's still some life left. There's still pieces. And
yeah,
I think,
I'm not quite
what's
sure.
happening.
Yeah, I mean, the position is still roughly balanced.
Hang on.
But the key for Anish Giri is to not trade off bishops right now. If he wants to win, he needs to keep those bishops on the board. If he's happy with the draw, he'll take those bishops off. This is a key moment for Anish Giri. I'm hoping he keeps those bishops on, but he's ticking down now. Only 3 minutes left on the clock. He's kept the bishops on.
The bishops
he's playing for the win.
Okay, so he's not looking for that picnic in the meadow. Okay,
Hey, good job, Anish. This is exactly what we've been asking from Anish Giri.
Exactly, and Simon mentioned it, fortune does favour the brave, so often the player playing for the win is rewarded for their efforts, just showing that courage. Black's bishop is on a nice long diagonal. It's slightly better than its counterpart. That's why Black maybe has a tiny, tiny advantage. It should still be a draw. I mean, each side has the same number of pawns, same number of pieces, but Anish Giri showing his intentions, at least.
And clocks are ticking. It will get high pressure on the clock for both players there, probably.
Yes. And, well, Magnus's pawns are under attack. The pawn in the centre is being attacked by the queen. And again, that bishop that Anish has just moved, it's also got some uncomfortable pressure on the pawn on the left side. So some choices to be made. But there's one trap which I am dying for it to be played. Oh, OK, it wasn't played.
You wanted to bring the bishop up. And...
I did.
Meanwhile, we do see that last move. I really like it by Anish Giri, pushing a pawn forward on the left side.
Now we can potentially see my trap.
Now there is a trap on the board. So White is offering a trade of bishops. So Anish, he ran away from that trade just a couple of moves ago. Magnus is insisting. He says, OK, I'm going to force you to trade those bishops off now. And if we bring up the analysis board, we can talk about the trap that Jovanka has mentioned. If Anish Giri gets greedy here, if he's very, very careless and thinks, OK, I'm going to ignore the bishop kind of standoff at the moment, I'm going to attack your queen. It looks like a very aggressive move, attacking a white queen, but this would allow a decisive sacrifice. White can now just ignore that, take the bishops off the board. And after rook takes queen, rook takes, White actually has an unstoppable threat of checkmate. Black's king is now trapped, and Black would have to give up the queen for the rook.
Yeah.
White would end up with an extra bishop. Therefore, we did see a trade a few moments ago. The bishops did leave the board, and we're heading closer to a draw now.
Ooh, who's going to be happy about that?
I think Magnus is going to be very happy about that. It sets him up for a great day in the preliminaries. And Anish, of course, he really needs that win. He really needs a positive result to go on to tomorrow's final day of the preliminaries, because you have to remember, he is in danger of getting knocked out.
Definitely is. And Magnus is moving his pawn up. Is there any chance that pawn can get all the way to queening? I
think he's just positioning it ready, so it's close. It's one step closer to that end goal of getting to the opponent's side of the board. Often that's a good tip in endgames. Even if you think your pawns aren't quite ready to make that dash, just position them as far up the board as you can. So when the race begins, you've got that head start.
Mm-hmm. Well, Anish Giri certainly has some support from Twitter. We have a tweet from Utkarsh who says, "Come on, flying Dutchman, Anish Giri." And we also have a question from Virendra Sawant. He says, "How do you spend your time when you're not playing chess, preparing for tournaments? Who is your favourite chess player?"
So many tough questions there.
Yes.
Ladies first, Jovanka.
Okay, well, how do I spend my time when I'm preparing for tournaments? Okay, so when I'm studying chess, I'm either solving tactical puzzles. I'm also trying to update my openings all the time, and I'm also just playing chess online. So I really adore playing Blitz online, and I love playing chess at high speed. And my favourite chess player, I would probably say Magnus Carlsen. He is such a superstar to watch. I'm just in awe of his endgame skills.
Yeah, and talking of Magnus Carlsen, we are about to see a draw. A set of pawns have left the board. The queens have left the board. I think the question, though, Jovanka, was what are you doing when you... how do you spend your time when you're not playing chess? Preparing for a tournament?
No, I didn't read that properly then. Yeah, when I'm not playing chess, well, I'm basically playing chess.
You breathe sleep.
You know, the thing is, though, is in our... You know, once you start playing chess, it gets into your DNA and you cannot not do those things. And
super addictive.
And meanwhile, I think the players, they might not be allowed to agree a draw yet. Magnus Carlsen, he was just looking off to the left there. Not sure if he's watching the football. Or if he's, maybe he was talking to the arbiter. Sometimes you, each video call has a referee. Sometimes you have to ask permission to agree a draw, especially move 36. I think there might be a no draw before move 40 rule. So both sides, though, pushing pawns here. Magnus Carlsen, his pawn is very close to the end of the board. It looks like white is the one trying to press here, but black's rook behind that white pawn is keeping it under control. I think sooner rather than later, we'll see Anish Giri start pushing his pawn on the left side there, the black pawn. He'll start pushing that one forward. And
there's one thing that I can see that sometimes is done in this type of ending is where the king goes a bit rogue and tries to penetrate the position, because if we could magically transport that king all the way into the bottom half of the board, it would be very impressive. No, but we're going to see some trades happening, and I think the position will simply, well, I think they'll agree a draw.
Yeah, that's right. Both sides have a rook each and 4 pawns each, but all those 4 pawns, they're on the same side. Neither player can push those pawns to the end of the board and make a new queen. They're all blocked. And now we see...
It's a draw.
Yes.
It is a draw. And actually, it is the last draw in a round where all games, once again, ended in draws. Also, Pentala Harikrishna and Jan Pomniachtchi ended in a draw. And so these players, so all games in round 8 also ended in draws. I'm just getting the feeling that the players are nervous and tense, and knowing it's only 11 rounds of the round robin, of the preliminaries, they're just not willing to take too many risks.
Yeah, certainly it looks that way. It's very, very unusual, actually, to see such a clean sweep of draws. In the Skilling Open, we saw a different type of chess where players were taking shots at each other. Here it's completely the opposite, where players are taking cautious decisions, especially in the last round. No one is wanting to roll the dice and take it further.
How do you think, Anish and Magnus, are they sort of feeling the same after this game, or do you think Magnus is happy, Anish disappointed? What do you think?
Yeah, Anish will definitely be disappointed. I think Magnus, he won't be happy. We've seen him say before that he's never happy with this play, but he'll be relieved maybe that it could have been worse, but it wasn't. Anish, meanwhile, he needs to gamble everything tomorrow. He needs to come out, you know, raring to go. He needs those wins urgently.
And I guess the world learned something from this game. Finally, black was able to save a draw in this position against white.
Black is okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm glad Anish managed to break that trend and save my beloved Grunfeld opening.
Yes. We know that in the major, there's only 12 players. That means only 11 rounds in the preliminary. So the third day, only 3 rounds. What's your expectation for that, David?
Yeah, I think maybe it will be a good thing. It's more of a sprint now. The players, they might have portrayed the first 3 days, they might have seen it as a marathon where they needed to save their energy. We saw those quick draws. Tomorrow, it's just a sprint to the finishing line. The players at the top, they might try and make some draws, but the players at the bottom, they need to gamble. They need to take those risks. And hopefully, I'm hoping we'll see more fighting chess, especially from players like Wesley So.
Well, aren't the odds that we actually will see? Because must be the situation that many players must be taking risks.
Yeah, definitely those players in the bottom 4 places. The problem is the others, they'll be trying to shut down the games. And especially if you're on the black side in must-win situations, it's very hard. If your opponent is hell-bent on a draw, sometimes it's very difficult to escape that.
So far, who do you think is looking the strongest in the Airthings Masters?
Ooh, that's tricky. I'll have to say Daniel Dubov looked very good. I know he lost to Magnus Carlsen earlier today, but that was just Magnus at his very best. Other than that, Levon Aronian, he just looks completely, he looks supreme, just untroubled, just coasting his way to wins, to draws. I think Levon Aronian, he'll be a force to be reckoned with in the knockouts.
And we are now joined by Magnus Carlsen, who finished the day with a draw against Anish Giri. But you did get a win, Magnus, in the very first game of today. Are you happy with how the day went?
No, I think I played quite poorly today, especially in the last game. I was really, really bad. In general, of course, I would have loved to get another win today from one of the last two white games. I just didn't play so well, but still, I'm undefeated, so that's a good thing. But I obviously have to play a lot better.
Magnus, we would love to see your whole head. Could you just tilt the camera up a little bit? Your webcam. You're kind of falling out of the picture. There we go. Thank you so much. Now, we talked to you before the tournament, and you said that you wanted to get into sort of killer mode. You wanted to get off to a great start. What's sort of lacking for you to get that feeling that you're playing great?
I don't know. It's just been sluggish. Like I feel like I've had some decent positions from the opening as well, especially with the white pieces. I just haven't played so well after. So I don't know what's missing really, and it's been a bit frustrating so far. But yeah, as long as I don't fall apart tomorrow, it's going to be fine.
And Magnus, in that final game, you and Anish were actually following one of my own games up until move 15. And I think that's the only game that's ever reached that position. I lost it as black. Were you aware of that one? We were wondering in the studio.
No, I wasn't aware. And that was really a very, very bad moment because when I took back the bishop with the queen, I just missed that he could play e6 and kick my knight away, after which my position is just awful. Because I was always thinking that e6 can be met by knight f6, but obviously with the queen away it can't be anymore. So no, I didn't know any games there. I was just really trying to improvise a bit, and yeah, it didn't work out at all.
So, Magnus, you had a great start beating Dubov. Like, can you tell us what was running through your head at the end game? Because that was just magical to watch.
I don't know, really. I was trying to keep the position alive, obviously. And it felt like there was nothing, and just suddenly I managed to trick him and get a win. So it felt a bit accidental, to be fair. But you know, it's okay. Like as long as you can keep it from being a forced draw, then you can often get something in those games. But otherwise, it wasn't so great.
All right, Magnus. Finally, tomorrow it's all about qualifying for the quarterfinals. You are one of 6 players on 4.5 points. What will the last day of preliminaries be all about for you?
As I said, it's about like trying to be solid tomorrow, not collapse. I have 2 tough games as black, so I assume they're gonna come at me pretty hard. But as long as I can sort of stay solid, I should be fine. Maybe I can get a win tomorrow as well, so that I can get a good seed. But overall, the tournament standing is okay. The play isn't great, but
just one question: have you been following the stats on the Airthings? Did you notice that the temperature in your room was a bit too warm?
No, I didn't follow that. It's warm outside, so it's
All right, Magnus, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck on the last day of preliminaries tomorrow. Yes, that was actually true, Jovanka. We saw on the Airthings device, this one that we also have in the studio, that the temperature, so everything was good for Magnus. His air quality was quite nice. Yes. But the temperature was too high.
Yeah, the temperature got a big red ring around it. It was a bit too high, 26 degrees.
And we saw from this device in the studio, it's only 19 degrees in here. What do you think is the perfect temperature for playing chess?
Ooh, that's tricky. I'd always prefer to be slightly cold than slightly warm somehow. Just it makes you feel a bit more alert, a bit fresher. If you're too warm, It's hard to focus.
Yes, definitely. But this is actually an eternal problem between the men and the women in these big over-the-board tournaments, because the men are always like, it's too warm, and the women are like, it's too cold. And so it's kind of like trying to get that balance right. So, yeah, interesting.
All right. We'll have to see if Magnus can get his temperature down for the last day of preliminaries. Should he feel, with 4.5 points there, should he feel confident to qualify for quarterfinals?
I think that's the thing about tomorrow. That's why it will be so exciting. Nobody's safe, actually. There's a huge bunch of leaders, but just one defeat for them might knock them out. So, yeah, as you mentioned, 2 difficult black games as well. He'll need to be at least at 80-90% in order to secure that qualification place. What a shock that'll be if Magnus Carlsen doesn't make it through.
Wow, that would be a huge shock. Now, let's take a look at the results from round 8 in the Airthings Masters. And, well, we don't like to see this. All games ended in draws. Who should be the most disappointed here, David?
I think it's those guys at the bottom of the table. From a chess point of view, though, Wesley So many draws today. Very quick draws as well. I think as fans, we're disappointed that we didn't get to see more of his fantastic play. Hopefully he'll be playing longer games in the knockouts.
Yes. Do you think any of the players are feeling confident now, Jovanka? Because we actually do have 6 players on 4.5 points.
Yeah, there's a lot of players at the top, so I don't think anyone has the right to be feeling confident, because we can see a few wins and suddenly it will be all about how you finish and not how you started. So absolutely everything to be played for, but yeah, definitely some players I think have the opportunity to be a bit more cautious than others.
And the standings after 8 rounds, with 3 rounds of the preliminaries remaining, is this: 6 players on 4.5 points. It is so tight. And then we have 2 players, Alexander Grishuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi, on 4 points. They are right now qualified for the quarterfinals, whilst Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Pental Harikrishna, Anish Giri and David Anton right now are outside top 8, and they need to fight tomorrow to qualify for the quarterfinals. And we are right now joined by one of these players, Anish Giri. Hi, thank you for joining us, and how are you feeling?
Hi, thanks for inviting me. I mean, I'm so surprised. I keep playing so bad and I still get invited to the broadcast. Thank you very much.
But we're so entertained with the sort of the drama that you keep making for yourself, trying now to qualify for the quarterfinals.
Yes, very sadistic of you to say that you're entertained by my suffering. No, but it's all good. I'm now I just have to hope. I don't know if you probably do remember the previous tournament from the tour, where I was the first before the last day, and then on the last day I did a complete meltdown and I barely qualified. I'll now try to do the reverse. Like, I'm now the last, but maybe in the last day I will turn things around.
What will tomorrow be about for you, Anish Giri, with only 3 rounds remaining, and basically you need to win a few games here?
Oh yeah, there's even 3 rounds, not even 4. It's going to be very hard. But I need to win 2 games. I think I've got 2 whites, so that's going to be the plan. I think I felt kind of all right in this tournament. My play has been sort of okay, but I was not happy with the opening, how the opening went in few of my games. And I lost straight out of the opening today to Dubov. And then also to Levon was also very tough from the get-go. I mean, I was like down by like 10 minutes from the start, when you have 15 in total, so that's not very good. So I feel my play has been okay. I feel I'm in a decent shape. So, it's very unfortunate to be in this situation, because, of course, everybody now who is on a good score, they're just there chilling and playing safe against each other, just waiting for the tournament, for the qualification phase to be over. And people like me who are, in the gutter, we have to fight our way back. So it's going to be hard, but I feel my play has been okay. My shape is okay. So if I get a bit luckier, maybe I'll manage to win and not lose. And yeah, with 2 wins, I'll make it, but it's going to be very hard. I'll try my best.
So Anish, you said you've been playing okay, feeling okay. What are you going to do differently for tomorrow, and how are you going to prepare for the rest of today for those games?
Yeah, I guess so far the games I lost, there was mostly because of very, very dumb choices in openings. I mean, it was not like the choices were dumb, but just they didn't work out. So I will, I guess that's something I have to improve. I should make smarter choices in the opening for sure. Usually it's my strongest part of the game, and that's why when it doesn't go well, it's not something I'm used to. So, but it always happens because, the other opponents are also very well prepared. They're also trying to make smart plans. But yeah, I gotta outsmart them. Gotta be a couple of steps ahead. and I will try to come up with something good for tomorrow. We'll see. Today I felt very good after the first game. I won a very nice game. I thought, I don't have to lose the next one, then I will get another chance. But yeah, unfortunately things crumbled, and in the second round today I lost, and in the round next I didn't get a promising position from the opening. So it was a little unfortunate. I felt today was really a good day to come back, but that will be tomorrow then. We'll see.
And do you have any lucky mascots or anything to assist you?
Oh, once upon a time I had a lucky shirt, and whenever it would be a dangerous day, for example, if I played black against Magnus or something like this, I would not wear it just to preserve the luck. So as you can imagine, I don't have a lucky mascots. But I'm feeling better. Just that, you need to score also well. You need to score well before tournament finishes.
And actually, Anish, I mean, David especially has to give you some praise because in that last game you played against Magnus with the black pieces, you followed exactly one of David's games all the way up to, I think, like move 15, and it resembled exactly 4 games in history, and all those games ended with a win for white. So you now changed history, making a draw for black in that position.
Yeah, usually following David's games is a very bad idea.
Yeah,
but
I said the same.
In this particular instance, it's one of these exceptions when I think the line is pretty good. I was happy with the last game because I got to show some good preparation, despite that this is not my main opening. The Griffith defense, it's not my main opening, but I was happy that I managed to remember and show good preparation. And I'm impressed by David that he also played this line. I didn't quite recall all who played it, but I think the position was good. I mean, actually, the last game, to be honest, one moment I had a chance there in the end. Apparently, I kind of didn't see that. But it was, of course, not easy. It was like I was in control, but it was not easy to break through there. Of course, the margin for white is quite big, so he has very good drawing chances. It's pretty symmetric. So I guess I didn't have real big chances, but it could have gone a bit better, even the last game. But we'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
We'll see tomorrow, Anish. We're going to be so excited to follow your battle to qualify for quarterfinals. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Final predictions for Anish. Do you think he's going to make it?
Yes, I think he's going to make it. I really like him. He's a great guy. He's a great chess player, one of the most best prepared out there. So, yes, I think he has a good chance. And I think it's one of the great things to think about when you're in a situation like this is there's no pressure on you. If it happens, it happens. And often you can just say to yourself, well, let's see what you can do.
And David, what do you think about tomorrow? We've seen so many draws so far in this first major in the Champions Chess Tour. Is it all just preparing for tomorrow? Only 3 rounds remaining and players need to start winning.
Yeah, I'm an optimist. I still believe that there is a storm ahead. There's lots of decisive results ahead. We'll be following the players like Anish, Giri, like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who are very close to qualifying, and they will be gambling. They will be throwing everything at it. They want to make the quarterfinals, and I'm hopeful. Anish, he seemed confident there. We'll be so excited to follow his games.
And we did have a quiz today, Jovanka.
We did have a quiz.
Announce the winner.
Yes, our quiz question was, which player has a degree in mathematics? And the answer was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, of course. I know a lot of people were suggesting David Anton, but that's not the correct answer. And the lucky winner is... big congratulations to him, Clive Martin Chan. And, of course, he is the winner of a 1 year's subscription to Chess24 Premium membership. And he will be contacted within the next few days. So don't worry about that.
Congratulations. Fantastic. Joining in on Twitter. And, OK, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, obviously very good at mathematics. You guys said that even though you're chess players, you're not very good at mathematics. But tomorrow, with now 6 players on 4.5 points, could be that the 3 of us has to calculate a lot to figure out who's going to be in the quarterfinals.
That happened last time, right? It was up until that last second, that last moment, we had no idea who was going through and who was going home.
Yeah, it was that classic moment where Anish Giri was wondering whether he got through. Maybe he thought he had, and then we thought maybe he hadn't, and then he finally did it. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to leave that to the professionals. I'm going to stay well out of that one.
I want to do that too.
We'll bring our calculators tomorrow to work it out.
Tomorrow is a day for calculators in the first major in the Champions Chess or Airthings Master. 3 rounds in the preliminaries remain, and we will find out who will qualify for the big quarterfinals. Now, we want to thank you again so much for joining us again. As always, a big thank you to our sponsors, Julius Baer, Opera, and Airthings. And then, all right, it's time to get some rest. Get ready for a very intense day of chess tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.